Εδώ είναι το σκηνικό. Μπροστά στο Παναθηναϊκό στάδιο. 10 αθλήτριες, ξεκινώντας από τα 4 μέτρα. 3 αθλήτριες έχουν δοκιμάσει μέχρι τώρα, οι 2 τα κατάφεραν. Η Μίρτσιου παίρνει εκείνη θέση για δεύτερη φορά. Είναι η μικρή της παρέας, μόλις 16 χρόνων. Θα αποτύχει για δεύτερη φορά και θα χρειαστεί μια τρίτη προσπάθεια για να ξεπεράσει τα 4 μέτρα, εκτός και αν επιλέξει να ανέβει πιο πάνω, να αφήσει την τελευταία της προσπάθεια. Μια αθλήτρια που φέτος κατέρριψε το πανελλήνιο ρεκόρ κάτω των 18 και κάτω των 20 με 4 μέτρα και 30 εκατοστά. Στον καλύτερο της αγώνα. Βελτιώνοντας το περσινό 4.20 που είχε ως ρεκόρ. Κυρίες και κύριοι, παρακολουθούμε το Fly Athens, το γνωστό και αγαπημένο πια meeting του επικοντό που γίνεται στο Παναθηναϊκό στάδιο, εδώ ακριβώς μπροστά, με τον διάδρομο να υποδέχεται τις αθλήτριες πρώτα.
Το κορίτσι ονειρευόμαστε να μας πάει σε μεγάλες διακρίσεις στο μέλλον. Στην ηλικία της, που είναι κάτω από 17 ακόμα, έχει πετύχει τις καλύτερες επιδόσεις στον κόσμο από όσα έχουν πετύχει άλλες αθλήτριες. Είναι από την Κέρκυρα και είναι η Αριάδνη Μίρτσιου, αθλήτρια του Μαγκιτζέλιου. Πάμε Αριάδνη!
A very good afternoon and welcome to European Athletics live coverage of Fly Athens, a World Continental Tour silver meeting. We're jumping straight into the action here alongside the Panathinaikos Stadium. This is the third and final attempt by Ariadne Myrtsiou of Greece, and unfortunately it's been an unsuccessful one at the opening height of 4 meters. So Myrtsiou is the first athlete to bow out of this competition. There are 10 women in this competition, among them the formidable Caudry is making her return to action after a brief hiatus since the Doha Diamond League back in May. She just had a brief niggle, but she will be entering at the upcoming heights. Next height after 4 meters will be 420, and then it will be going up to 430, 438, and then 5 centimeter increments thereafter, and we'll see just how high we can go at what is the 4th staging of the Fly Athens meet, which was of course held in the ancient city of Olympia in its first 2 editions. It was called Fly Olympia back then. Last year it moved to Athens, and what a venue alongside that beautiful Panathinaikos Stadium, the stage of the first modern Olympic game 90s, the Acropolis. And it is a warm evening in Athens. It's just ticked past year old. She went over 4 meters at the first attempt. So now things get a little bit trickier. 4:20 for Gaborska. And it was Anastasia Retsa of Greece, the other athlete, to go clear at 4 meters. Everyone else passing. So the bar is now up to 4:20. And this will be a bit of a tough challenge for Gaborska, whose PB is over that time. But 2 more attempts await for the 20-year-old, who is the Polish university champion, coached by well-known Marcin Szczepanski. Yeah, just got too close to that bar there. Knocked it off with her feet on the way up. So no joy there for Gaborska. But 2 more attempts away. Just to mark the card on what's coming up. It's obviously got underway a little bit earlier actually than planned, the women's competition. The men will be p.m. at local time in Greece, at 6 p.m. if you're in Central Europe, CET. If you're in the likes of Great Britain and Ireland, that's 5 p.m. for the men's competition, featuring, of course, one of the hosts of this event, Emmanuel Perales.
Επιτυχημένη η Ουγγαρέζα.
That is Hege Kleckner of Hungary going clear at her opening height of 4:20. She is the Hungarian record holder. Six of them indoors, 4 of them outdoors. See her go clear there at 4:20, no issues. Kleckner was one of those heroic stories that came out of the European Team Championship. Hungary needed an athlete to step up and contest the 800 meters, and she took one for the team, got on the line. She ran 2:31, earned a point. Her first 800 meters in 10 years, she said. Well, that's what the European Team Championships are all about. Anyway, she's back to her specialty event today. As we see Anastasia Retsa going clear at 4:20. That's an impressive clearance by Retsa, whose best clearance outdoors is 4:32. It's been a busy few weeks for Retsa. She's a student over at Harvard, a prestigious university in Boston. She studied psychology and neuroscience, just graduated a number of weeks ago. And Retsa, who is Greek, she's only 21 years old. She's transferring next year, having completed her studies at Harvard, to the University of Illinois. As we look at promising Norwegian athlete Kitty, 22. Set the national record for Norway indoors at 4:55, and she makes absolutely no mistake there. 4:20. Easy as it gets for Kitty Faye. Beautiful clearance there, just straight up and over. Plenty of air between her and the bar, so as you would expect, Kitty Faye very likely to go much higher than 4:20, but she's over that crucially. Next up it will be 4:30 for her. Now here is Marlene Mulla of Estonia, 24 years old. She's just about within the quota at the moment for qualification for the Tokyo World Championships. Early days, of course. There's another 6 weeks or so for athletes to qualify for that, but 36 athletes will get to Tokyo on the pole vault. Mulla is currently 32nd in the drop-down list. That's a great clearance by the Estonian. 4:20. No issues for her. She's a student at the University of South Dakota. Majors in art over there. There's Mulla. And she's been in brilliant form so far this year. 4:57, an Estonian record back in May. It was at an outdoor meeting, but I believe the weather didn't play ball in Vermillion, South Dakota, where she studies. And I think they moved the pole vault indoors. But either way, of course, in the pole vault, indoor marks are just as valid for world records, national records, qualifying purposes as outdoor marks. And this being a World Athletics Continental Tour silver level event, there's very good points on offer. And of course, silver is the highest level label, I suppose, available to an event like this that only has one discipline being contested. But it's a tribute to all involved with Fly Athens, what they have built this event into, and there's a good reason. It has attracted jumpers such as Ben Brooders in the men's event later on, and the likes of Molly Caudry, who will be entering this competition a little later. But here is Juliana Campos, Brazilian Olympian, opening her competition at 4:20. And Juliana makes absolutely no mistake there, the 7-time national champion. 6 of those outdoors in the pole vault for Brazil. 4:66 her PB, which she cleared indoors earlier this year in Ostrava. She's very big on TikTok, is Campos. She has over 500,000 followers. Gives a great insight into her career and all the things got to go into it, the headaches of travel and the technical headaches she faces out there on the track. But Campos, a very popular figure in Brazil and far beyond. Campos competed at the World Championships in Budapest and indeed the Paris Olympics last year. She went out in qualification at both, and I'm sure will be having her eyes on the Tokyo World Championships. She's currently not hit the auto standard, but she is comfortably within the qualification cutoff on world rankings. So it will be fascinating to see how that plays out. And it will be very interesting to see just what kind of fitness and performance Molly Caudry can bring when she enters the competition. She's competed quite sparingly this year. She did take victory at the Doha Diamond League back in May. Really did hit the ground running in the outdoor season, having gone over 485 indoors, but she did in fact travel to Rabat for the Diamond League in Morocco just after that, but withdrew with a niggle. But everything seems to be back in working order as we see Sophia Gaborska make an attempt at 4:20. But that is her second failure, so one last try awaits for Sophia Gaborska, the 20-year-old Pole. Can just see her there, perhaps just not quite with the speed she needed, because you could really see her extending out that arm and almost just trying to use some leverage off the top of that pole to push her body over that bar. It was close, but not quite close enough for Gaborska. One more attempt awaits for the 20-year-old Pole. So far we have Hanga Kleckner, Anastasia Retza, Kitty Fay, Marlene Muller, Juliana Campos, who have all gone clear at 4:20. Then we have the likes of Chung Inui of China, Eliane Wekemans of Belgium, Molly Caudry of Britain, all waiting to enter the competition. As I mentioned, 4:20 this height currently, and it will next be going to 4:30, and then it'll be going up to 4:38, and then 5 centimeter increments thereafter. So it'll be really interesting to see who can produce the goods to take victory at the 4th edition of this event in Fly Athens. Last year, it was the first edition, that the first time that the women's competition was held. It was just a men's competition the 2 previous years before that. And it was Emmanuel Corrales taking victory last year in the men's with a meeting record of 582. And it was another Brit, an occasional training partner, Molly Caudry, Holly Bradshaw, who took victory 4:53. So it looks like the bar is not moving for now. It's staying at 4:20, and there's just one athlete left to clear 4:20, and that is Sophia Gaborska, who was second at the Polish Championships last year. She is the Polish under-20 champion, and recently took the Polish University title. As I mentioned, a personal best in Madrid at the European Team Championships. 4:30. Gaborska cleared there. So Gaborska just been given a bit of time before she steps back up to the runway. It is such an explosive event. Speed, power, technical proficiency all have to come together in the right way. It really is an event where you need to output maximum power when you're operating close to your personal best heights, as Gaborska is getting close to, at least, with this attempt at 4:20. But if there's one thing pole vaulters do not like, it's wind. A bit of run up plays havoc when they're in the air. And then, looking at the flags, it does appear to be quite breezy in Athens this evening. So, it's now or never for Sophia Gaborska. Will she follow Ariadne Mirțiu out of this competition, or will she join the others at 4:30? Third and final try for the 20-year-old pole at the height of 4:20. It was close. It was close, but not close enough for Gaborska, so her competition comes to an end. She did get over 4 meters, but 4:20 wasn't quite there this evening. And yeah, just that positioning really was not there. You can see she very much came down on top of the bar. There was no way she was going to get her body over that. But Sophia Gaborska will live to fight and to fly another day, having already enjoyed a brilliant season. As I mentioned, personal best in Madrid just recently, 4:30. And as I mentioned, it is hot in Athens this evening, so there's a good reason the athletes are sitting there with cold towels around them and just getting a cold drink. And I'm sure there's some fans blowing in that tented area to keep them relatively cool, which is probably impossible this evening when the temperature is in the mid to high 30s. It, I believe, hit 38 earlier on today, but it's around 36 degrees Celsius at the moment, pushing towards 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And while all speed and power athletes do enjoy warm and hot conditions to perform their best, this is getting to the point where it's going beyond comfort. Oppressive heat. So the bar is moving on up to 4:30. And just 2 athletes have bowed out so far. Now it's time for Hanga Kleckner. The Hungarian record holder will make her first attempt at 4:30. She's been in great form already this year. Outdoor season's best 4:51, but she gets that one wrong. Hanga Kleckner, first time failure at 4:30, but 2 more tries will await. So we see athletes just doing their very best to try and stay cool, stay comfortable, because it is draining. Even just sitting around in that kind of heat is the kind of thing that can really drain your energy. As we see Anastasia Retsa now getting prepared to step up to the runway for her first attempt at 4:30. And this will challenge her. Highest she's ever jumped outdoors was 4:32. It's her season's best this year. That was jumped in May in Dedham, Massachusetts, over in the US. As I mentioned, a student at Harvard, but she will be transferring at the end of the summer, University of Illinois. Here she is at 4:30. Not quite what she wanted there for Retsa, the 21-year-old Greek vaulter. She has jumped 4:41 indoors, so 4:30 is something that she's definitely capable of, but just, yeah, the positioning not quite right there. She was really, by the time she was crossing that plane of the bar, she was very much on the way down, so slight adjustment will need to be made by Retsa. We'll see if she can go clear at the second attempt. And still no sign at this early stage of Molly Caudry. But next up will be Marlene Mulla of Estonia, student at the University of South Dakota. She did compete at the European Championships in Rome last year. She went out in qualification there. She was 11th at the NCAA Indoor Championships early last year, summer 2020. She was 15 under 23s and 6th at the NCAA Championships. Based in Vermillion, South Dakota. And here she is, first attempt at 4:30, as I mentioned. National record just a couple of months ago now in South Dakota at 4:57. Can she get over 4:30 here? Yes, she can. Crisp, efficient clearance there from Mulla, the 24-year-old Estonian. She's a 5-time outdoor champion of Estonia in the pole vault. As we see the slow-mo here, we'll get a better look, especially that camera on top of the bar, just how much air she had and space she had between herself and that bar. Yeah, plenty of distance there. Wasn't even really close to touching it. So she'll be moving on up to 4:38, the next height. And now it's time for our first side. Three-time champion of China, coached by Vyacheslav Kalinachenko, who himself was a 5:45 vaulter back in the 90s. And Jung was 6th at the World Under 20 Championships back in 2018. And as I mentioned, she is having a very good year so far with that personal best of 4:65. Qualifying standard for Tokyo automatic is 4:73. Only 11 athletes have that. As we see Belgium's Eliane Wekemans go clear. And from that camera angle, it certainly looked like a very, very comfortable clearance for the 24-year-old, the Belgian record holder. She cleared that at the European Team Championships just recently over in Maribor in Division 2. So she comes to fly Athens in fine form and certainly capable of contending for victory here. But I'm sure Molly Caudry will have something to say about that, being the big favourite and the athlete with the best season's best and best personal best by some distance, the 25-year-old Briton. But that's a very crisp, classy and comfortable start there for Eliane Wekemans. And here is Molly Caudry, first attempt for the Briton at 4:30. First time we've seen her in a competition since May. And a little bit of rustiness there in her first attempt, but 2 more attempts will await. And you can see by the way even her hair is blowing there, it is gusty in Athens this evening, which can really wreak a lot of havoc with vaulters. And her coach there alongside, Scott Simpson, straight over to just give her a bit of advice. But it is great to see her back healthy. As I mentioned, she did travel to the Rabat Diamond League, but unfortunately was forced to withdraw from that last month with a niggle. But she is back jumping, she is back healthy, and she is back competing. As we see Hagna Kleckner now, second attempt for the Hungarian record holder. No joy there for Kleckner. Coached by Christina Molnar. She was an Olympian last year in Paris, of course. She went out in qualification there. She had a good 2025 so far, clearing 4:30 recently at the European Team Championships. She competed at the European Indoors as well. Kleckner went out in qualification in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands earlier on this year. And it's been a strong start to the outdoor season as well. 4:51 she cleared recently in Rhodes in May. And of Greece is Anastasia Retsa, 21-year-old, who has personal best outdoors of 4:32, 4:41. From Harvard, and in that University of Illinois she'll be coached by, of course, Petros Kyprianou, the Cypriot. No joy there, unfortunately, for Retsa. And you can sense the frustration there. Has been a long season, of course, even though it's still only July, and in many ways for those targeting Tokyo it does feel like early stages, but of course it's very different for NCAA athletes like Retsa, who, whether it's indoors or outdoors, by the time it gets to July, very often they're running on fumes because of the competitive schedule that really gets underway in January and doesn't really stop until those NCAA championships in June. Can often be hard for European athletes like her or Asian athletes who are based in the NCAA to continue on their competitive seasons long after their attempted peak. But back on the runway, it is Chung Nui of China, the 25-year-old Olympian last year, has a best of 4:65. And after a first-time failure at 4:30, I won't say there's too much pressure on. It's obviously a very routine occurrence that these athletes will record a little blip at the lower heights, but she will not want to heap the pressure on by recording a second failure here at 4:30. Chung Nui, who's from the Anhui province in China. She studied at the Xi'an Institute of Physical Education. And maybe she learned a little bit of something about the pole vault in class at some stage, because she's certainly one of the most promising vaulters coming out of Asia in recent years. She was a world under-18 champ back in 2017, and she's only getting better. As I mentioned, personal best in Nanjing earlier this year of 4:65, and you can see plenty of air there over 4:30. Did get close to the bar, but gave it a little brush. Very much was in the ascendancy when she went over that bar. As Ilian Vekemans has a quick chat there. Now Molly Caudry, let's see if the 25-year-old Briton can make that necessary adjustment and go over for what should be a facile height for an athlete of her caliber, and indeed it is. Great to see Molly Caudry giving herself a clap, and over she goes, no issues at 4:30. And let's not forget, she is the British record holder at 4:92. Set that in Toulouse last summer. And Caudry, who is from Cornwall, she was a big surfer growing up, loved the adrenaline sports. She always says she's quite a chaotic person. As she said before, look at the space she had between her and that bar at 4:30. Here is Henge Kleckner though, 4:30, final attempt for the Hungarian, and she gets it right. Pressure was starting to creep up there for Henge Kleckner. She would have been extremely frustrated if she failed to go over 4:30, having been beyond 4:50 already this outdoor season. But no mistakes there by Henge Kleckner. Beautifully executed jump. And yeah, that was just shaped so much better in the air. You see the high point there was slightly beyond the bar, but a beautiful arc as she went over it. Now can Anastasia Retsa take some inspiration for that, the 21-year-old Greek athlete who studied psychology and neuroscience at Harvard. Oh, it wasn't to be, unfortunately, for Retsa. A third-time failure, and unfortunately on home turf in Athens. Anastasia Retsa bows out of this competition. It's a height she's cleared a few times already this season. Yeah, you can just see that body position there at her high point, not quite where it needed to be. There was no way she was going to hoist her body over that bar. Comes off with the legs very much on the way down. So some food for thought and reflection for Anastasia Retsa, but it's been a long season already for her. And a new adventure awaits for the young Greek athlete, moving from Harvard to the University of Illinois this autumn. And indeed, accomplishments away from the track as well. Nice to have a degree in Harvard in psychology and neuroscience. So however her pole vaulting career works out, but we'll have plenty to fall back on in the academic department. So I think that is the end of the action at 4:30. The bar will next be moving to 4:38. And we have of course lost Anastasia Retsa. But Tanya Kleckner pulling it out of the fire on her third and final attempt at 4:30. She will join her competitors. Officials just making sure all is in order, that the bar is 4 feet right in its center. So first athlete up to attempt 4:38, having passed at 4:30, it will be Norway's Kitty Faye. She's 22 years old. She's very much on track to make the Tokyo World Championships. As I mentioned, 36 athletes will get in on the cutoff. She's currently 23rd in the drop-down list, 3 per country. Kitty Faye, first try at 4:38. Not to be for the young Norwegian there. 2 more attempts will await. She represents the Fana Sports Club in Bergen. I'm sure she would love to be still under 23. She unfortunately will turn 23 this year, so not eligible for the European under 23s, which take place in Bergen later on this month. Of course, fully be live streamed by European Athletics, so make sure to stay tuned to European Athletics website and the social media channels, because there are so many events being streamed by European Athletics from around the World Athletics Continental Tour, and of course many championships. I think she landed I think she broke that bar there on landing, but it was a very awkward and what looked like a pretty painful landing there as she came down on that bar, Kitty Faye. Let's hope she's okay. Pole vaulters are made of strong stuff. They've all had their accidents at different points. I'm sure Kitty Faye has. And she will have 2 more tries awaiting at 4:38 as we see Juliana Campos, who was an Olympian in Paris last year, went out in qualification there with 4:40. Campos first try here at 4:38, and she undoubtedly had the height there, but just brushed it off with her upper body. So no joy there for Campos, TikTok star of the pole vault world. She fails her first attempt at 4:38, but 2 more attempts if needed will await. I'm sure she'll be just not quite there. She'll be consulting with her coach, Marco Chiarello, seeing exactly what she needs to adjust. And Chung Hui there of China just finding a spot of shade and using those ice water packs to stay cool as best she can. Trying to put it in parts of her body that regulate body temperature. I'm sure sports scientists will know that much better than me, but Chung Nui was of course a student of physical education. She'll know exactly what to do in both her academic and sporting career to try and keep her body in the right place, as recovered as possible. And Kitty Faye there, as you can see, taking one of those ice towels out onto the runway with her, trying to just thermoregulate as best she can and keep her cool, because maybe a bit breezy in Athens this evening, but the temperature is as hot as 36 degrees. You feel more like a hairdryer blowing in your face. There's little refreshment to be gained from it. Now a second attempt for Kitty Faye, who looks none the worse for landing flush on that bar with her first time failure. Can she get over here? The second try, no. Something with the way she planted there wasn't quite right. She just seemed to let go of that bar. We'll get a better look at it here. What exactly went wrong? Yeah, she opted out before she even planted that pole. And an acrobatic somersault then onto the mat, just showing that athleticism. Kitty Faye, who was the European Under-23 bronze medalist 2 years ago, and the Bergen athlete. One last chance to get over 4:38, which is a challenging height for her. She's never been over beyond 4:45 outdoors. But next, it's Juliana Campos, second attempt for the Brazilian. Yeah, she gets it right. And you could tell with that first attempt she made that the height was very much there for Campos. From Sao Paulo, the state that is, not the city. She's actually from Sao Caetano, state of Sao Paulo. She's a two-time South American champion as Campos. Personal best of 4:66 set indoors in Ostrava earlier this year. You can just tell by the way she attempted 4:38 on her first try. It was unsuccessful, but clearly had the height with a tiny adjustment. Campos makes that adjustment and goes clear with room to spare at 4:38. So next up for her will be 4:43.
Stadium and in this town we'll have it for the weeks, the European Under-23 Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, the 4:38 by the Norwegian Kitty Faye.
Now, third attempt. You heard the commentator in the background talking about those European Under-23s. I'm sure Kitty Faye might be on the scene or up in the stands watching in her local town. She won't be competing, unfortunately, but Kitty Faye, here she is. Third and final attempt. Ooh, that was nasty looking. Thankfully she landed on that mat. So good to see. There's a high degree of danger there really for Kitty Faye on all three of those jumps. The first one she just landed with her upper body right down on the bar. The second one she opted out of, and let's just see what exactly happened here. Oh, it looked like it slipped. It looked like the bar just slipped out of that left hand. And then the momentum just carried that right hand off it. A scary moment for Kitty Faye on her third and final attempt, which was unfortunately unsuccessful. But thankfully she looks to be none the worse for it. Land out on that mat, so Kitty Faye will live to fight another day, the 22-year-old Norwegian. For now, her competition is over at Fly Athens for 2025. So just looking down the list here, Juliana Campos has gone clear. Marlene Mulla has passed 4:38, so will next see the Estonian at 4:43. Eliane Weckemans of Belgium as well is just keeping her powder dry, skipping 4:38, and I think that's quite a sensible approach for many of these athletes given the heat. As I mentioned, 36 degrees, it is sweltering. It is a kind of a suffocating, oppressive heat in Athens this evening, and the kind that really does drain your energy. I'm sure there'll be many an abbreviated warm-up. It really does not take much warming up in these conditions, and even just sitting around once they have completed their warm-up, it is exhausting. And I do wonder if Kitty Faye may have been affected by the conditions there, just in terms of managing to get a grip on that pole in such conditions. No matter how much chalk goes on those hands, it'll be tough to grip when you're sweating as much as the athletes are today. But here's Hannah Kleckner, who goes clear. A brilliant clearance at her first try at 4:43, the Hungarian record holder, and that was so much better than the earlier heights for the 25-year-old. That is a beautiful clearance. The national record holder for Hungary at 4:57. That was set last summer in Budapest at to win the national title. That is a beautiful clearance at 4:43 for Kleckner. And we will next see her in action at 4:48. And now it's back to Marlene Muller, who re-enters the competition at having passed at 4:38. She is a 4:57 vaulter at her best. She did that back in May. University of South Dakota. They're called the Coyotes. No success with it there for Muller. First time failure for the Estonian, the national record holder. I think that had a chance of staying on. She just gave it a brush with her leg, her thigh as she was going over there, front of her leg, and then the bar was moving, but she clattered it then with her elbow. She's never going to stay on after that, unfortunately, but I think what we could see from that shot at the top of the bar was that Muller certainly had the height to go over 4:43, which we would expect, of course. She did clear the Estonian record of 4:57 back in the middle of May, stateside in the US in South Dakota. Belgium's record holder, Vekeman, mistake there at 4:43. Brilliant clearance. Just over a week on from a national record for Belgium of 4:65 at the European Teams Championships in Maribor. And look at that, that is textbook jumping there from the 24-year-old Belgian. You can just see that right arm extending, just using that pole to push herself off really and complete the final phase of that jump. Brilliantly done by Veekmans. His brother is a professional footballer in the Belgian second division. And Veekmans has spent plenty of time stateside as well, like many of these athletes. She studied at the University of Oklahoma and University of Arkansas. And she had some health problems she spoke to me about, but she's returned then to Belgium, studying in Leuven, as we see Molly Cawdry make absolutely no mistake there, the Briton at 4:43, a very comfortable clearance. She will be much happier than that than she was at 4:30. Beautiful clearance, the shadow of the Panathinaikos Stadium. Molly Cawdry, of course, who had that such unfortunate result at the Paris Olympics, given the form she was in, having cleared that British record of 4:92 earlier on in the summer. She no-heighted in Paris in qualification, 3 failures at 4:55, and all of a sudden her Olympic medal shot disappeared. But such is the nature of the pole vault. It is a high-risk, high-reward event, and everyone, even the greats, have been there at some point with a no-height. Molly Cawdry bounced back brilliantly this year, clearing 4:85 indoors in Madrid. Started the outdoor season well with a 4:75 clearance, and now she's back in action after a brief hiccup with injury. So Marlene Muller not to be there on her second attempt. One more attempt awaiting for the Estonian, national record holder. Not quite there for her in that attempt, but as I mentioned, it has been quite a long season. She was competing in the NCAA system since earlier on in the year, and it's tough to hold your shape and hold your fitness levels into midsummer, and that we see it so often with athletes who impress at the NCAA championships in early to mid-June, but then by the time it comes to the global championships and European championships, which are often around August, obviously this year they're in September, but it's Very hard thing when you've timed the peak of your whole season for those few weeks through the NCAA regionals, NCAA championships, just to come down off that high and build yourself back up again for the European season. And Marlene Muller just consulting there, as indeed Molly Caudry does with her coach Scott Simpson, who she labelled the best pole vault coach in the world. It's hard to argue with that really. In terms of his record, he is certainly up there amongst the most renowned gurus of this event in world athletics. Molly Caudry spent quite a bit of time in New Zealand training with him, mixes her time between there and England. We just have a brief pause in action. And with Elaine Wekemans, Molly Caudry, Anja Kleckner all going clear at 4:43 on the first attempt. It's going to be simply down now to Marlene Muller of Estonia for her third attempt. Juliana Campos of Brazil has passed at 4:43. Chung Nui of China has also passed at 4:43, having also passed interestingly at 4:38. So she's going straight from 4:30 up to 4:48, which is a big jump. But we can see her there just sitting in the shade, Nui, sensibly conserving her energy. And I think all these athletes in this oppressive will be very keen to just save their jumps as much as possible. That's the reason first-time clearances are so important. You really do want to save your energy. We all learned during COVID when that backyard pole vault challenge was put on by people at World Athletics and Renaud Lavillenie and Mondo Duplantis and others. It was such an interesting format when athletes were trying to clear a bar repetitively, but it was so fascinating to get an insight into the mechanics of world-class pole vaulters and just how exhausting it is, and how there is such speed and dynamism and power output that goes into clearing bars like these. It's something you really do need to be well rested for to do to the full extent of your ability. Now let's see if Marlene Muller can produce something close to her best here. Third and final attempt for the Estonian at 4:43. And it's not to be, unfortunately, for Muller. She bows out of the competition. She does that classic sit down once the competition is at its end. Takes a moment, reflect on what went wrong. Yeah, that didn't really look close, if we're being honest about it, for Muller. But she'll be back. Plenty more competitions to come, no doubt, this summer for the 24-year-old, who is still on track to make the World Championships in Tokyo. As I mentioned, 36 athletes will make the cut when the window closes. And as things stand, Marlene Muller is 32nd on the drop-down list. So, looks well capable, but I'm sure would have loved the clearance there at 4:43, because it being a Continental Tour silver event, there is decent ranking points on offer. And of course, being an NCAA athlete, many find it frustrating when they are in the NCAA that there aren't more generous points available for those competitions over there, but such is the nature of the world ranking system, which has been in force now for a couple of years, and I think everyone's slowly getting used to it, but it does reward performances more the higher the level of competition. As you step up through the World Athletics Continental Tour from challenger to bronze, silver to gold, to Diamond League level, and of course Continental Championships are worth a huge amount, and World Outdoor Championships, World Indoor Championships are worth whopping amounts if you can perform at them. Certainly will have been very valuable for many of the athletes who went to the World Indoor Championships earlier this year, which were in Nanjing. And speaking of Nanjing, that was the city in China where this athlete, Chung Nui, set her personal best back in May, the 25-year-old. 4:65 she cleared then, and I mentioned that she has passed the last two heights Having cleared 4:30 at her second attempt, Nui decided to pass at 4:38 and 4:43. And here she is re-entering at 4:48. Now I think it might seem a risky strategy in terms of her ability to contend, but I think it is a sensible strategy because the heat will sap your strength today. Chung Nui then, first attempt at 4:48, not to be for the Chinese vaulter. Who just looks down at her coach, Vyacheslav Kalinichenko, with his trackside in Athens. Just too close to that bar, knocked it off with her shins on the way up. I'm sure she'll be going, looking at the tablet, considering what she needs to change, as we see Anga Kleckner and Molly Cawdery taking a moment, trying their best to stay cool in the conditions. Molly Cawdery just getting a bit of hydration and caffeine in the system. Next height, of course, after 4:48 will be 4:53, as we see Juliana Campos of Brazil. She passed 4:43 and she makes no mistake, saving her efforts, saving her energy. Sensibly so, she goes over 4:48 at the first time of asking Juliana Campos. 4:66, as I mentioned, she cleared indoors earlier on this year. It was a PB by 3 centimeters, and so it does make sense that she would pass some heights in the 4:30s and 4:40s, because she will have her eyes certainly on a clearance in the 4:50s, if not the 4:60s. So it's starting to get serious at the head of the standings. We have, of course, lost Retsa and Faye at the bottom of that. 6 athletes remain: Chung Nui, Marlene Mulla, Hanga Kleckner, Molly Cawdery, Juliana Campos, Eileen Weckemans. The way is currently being led by Juliana Campos, the only athlete to go clear so far at 4:48. We'll see the others step up very soon. And next up, it's going to be Chung Nui of China. As I mentioned, the World Under-18 in back in Nairobi. I was there that day. It was one of the most bonkers Under-18 championships you could ever come across. It was an amazing championships. The stands absolutely packed in the final couple of days with 60,000 people. I'm sure Chung Nui has never forgotten it. And as we see, second attempt there, she made that adjustment after consulting with her coach, Vyacheslav Kalinichenko, and makes absolutely no mistake on her second attempt at 4:48. She joins Juliana Campos at the next height, which will be 4:53. She was Asian champ May, cleared 4:48 to win that title. Of course, difference between that event and the Asian Games, which is essentially like the Asian Olympics and is a huge deal. Speak to anyone from that part of the world, they'll tell you just how revered an Asian Games medal is and an Asian Games title. Back in 2023, Chung Nui won the bronze medal in the pole vault at the Asian Games. And just last week, she cleared 4:52 to take victory last weekend, Chung Nui, so certainly be looking for a height, I'm sure, well into the 4:50s, if not the 4:60s today. But let's see what Hanga Kleckner can produce now at 4:40 to try for the Hungarian record holder. 10 national titles she has won in total in the pole vault, indoors and out. That was an awkward looking jump. You can see the experience come into effect for Kleckner. Just had to be a bit careful there on the high point of that jump because she was being thrust out to the left side. You'll see it here. It's really just awkward, and her feet coming down on the bar but no other part of her, so she just had to carefully hang on to that bar and steer herself to the ground onto the mat, because 4 or 5 meters in the air, it is a scary height to come down if you're landing on the track. So many tracks, it's nothing but concrete if you miss that mat. Do you remember, I think it was Toby Stevenson, the US vaulter, used to always jump wearing a helmet. It's been 15 or 20 years ago now. Here is Eliane Vekemans of Belgium, of the Leuven Athletic Club. She also studied in Leuven, in the Flemish part of Belgium. Studied bioengineering, having previously studied in Oklahoma and Arkansas. And it's an appropriate song that's playing, Hot in Here by Nelly, because it is very, very hot in Athens this evening, 36, 37 degrees or so. Oppressive heat. We saw Vekemans just trying to stay in the shade, keep that ice towel around her and save her energies, passing some heights. And here she is at 4:48. It's a brilliance by the Belgian record holder. Kind of height you'd expect to clear, having gone over 4:65. But certainly easier said than done. And Vekemans catapults herself to the head of the standings. She is now leading this competition, which is 3 jumps. And there were 3 perfect jumps at 4:30, 4:43 and 4:53. But I wouldn't expect to see her clear the next, or pass the next height at 4:58. Especially because it'll be just her 4th attempt of this competition. For Molly Caudry, meanwhile, 4:53 first attempt. That's at 4:48. So her 4th jump at the competition, and Caudry, Great Britain, goes clear. A facile clearance there for Caudry, the 25-year-old. And it's brilliant to see her back fully healthy, fully firing. And we'll see just how high the British record holder can go in the moments ahead. But that looked a very good looking jump there from Molly Caudry. Excellent room to spare there for Caudry. Excellently done. Good to see there doesn't appear to be any after effects from that needle she had. As we see Juliana Campos looking quite religious. You'd have to that towel almost like a scarf around her head. But I'm sure it's doing its job keeping her cool. And now Hange Kleckner, the Belgian record holder, having failed her first attempt at 4:53. Can she get right here? She can. Brilliant clearance there from Kleckner. She took a look up at that bar because I think she made some contact as she went over it. There was a level of frustration with the first time failure from Kleckner. And that clearance is indeed a season's best for Hange Kleckner. 4:51 was her previous best this outdoor season. That was from Rhodes back in May. But she goes over 4:53, Hange Kleckner. And next up for her will be 4:58, which is a very convenient height for Hange Kleckner to attempt because it is 1 centimetre over the Hungarian record of 4:57 that she set in Budapest last year. So it'll be fascinating to see if Kleckner can manage that. She'll have 3 attempts at it if needed. You can just see those flags, the Greek flags in the background flying over the Panathinaikos Stadium. Looks like a tailwind. Molly Caudry sits between her boyfriend and her coach and just reviews on that tablet how that clearance looked at 4:53. I'm sure there'll be lessons to be gleaned from it. It was brilliant to see her back in action. After a couple of months away since the Doha Diamond League, she made such a brilliant start to the outdoor season, taking victory there, but having travelled to Rabat, just was forced to pull out on the day of the competition. As we see a rundown there of how things look at the moment with Eliane Vekemans. 3 attempts, 3 clearances. She leads. The only athlete in this not to record a failure yet. Molly Caudry had one little blip at 4:30, but otherwise has been perfect at the same heights as Wickermans. Anja Kleckner has 3 failures in total, but she is still in the competition with that clearance at 4:53. Juliana Campos went over 4:48, and Campos has passed at 4:53. We'll be seeing her re-enter soon. Chung Nui also followed her by passing 4:53 after that clearance at 4:48. And there's these 5 athletes left in the competition. Anja Kleckner now, 4:58. This would be a Hungarian record. Can she do it? Yes, she can! Yes, she can! Anja Kleckner! What a brilliant, brilliant clearance by the 25-year-old. She made contact with that bar and the crowd appreciated it. And so do her rivals when Eliane Wickermans straight over to high-five her. And Anja Kleckner showing no ill effects from that 800 metres she ran at the European Team Championships last weekend. Soars higher than she ever has before in her career in competition. Let's get a slow-mo look at that again for Anja Kleckner. A beautiful clearance there. She just touched that bar, but it wasn't nearly enough for Kleckner to dislodge it. And just over a year ago, she cleared 4:57 in Budapest to win her national outdoor title. And now at the Fly Athens meet against many of the world's best, Kleckner has gone higher again. She certainly had to take a look up at that bar. And good to see it. There's such cordial friendliness between all the vaulters. They may be rivals, but we see Marlene Mulla there of Estonia. Her competition is over at this stage, but she was absolutely delighted to see her friend and rival Anja Kleckner go clear. And now let's see if Chung Nui can go clear at 4:58. Chinese vaulter. Yes, she can. She joins Kleckner. Brilliant stuff from Chung Nui. And she is delighted with that. Again, she's chosen her heights sparingly, given the conditions. Sensibly, you'd have to say as well. But she did record a failure first time at 4:30 and 4:48 before going clear in the second attempt, but now at the more challenging height of 4:58, Chung Nui makes absolutely no mistake. First time clearance, brilliant stuff from the Chinese vaulter. 4:65, her personal best, and she will next be attempting 4:63. As indeed will Anja Kleckner. Could she possibly add 6 centimetres to the national record, having already added 1 to it? But here's Juliana Campos re-entering the competition, having passed 4:53. First try for the Brazilian, the Olympian, and she goes clear at 4:58. First time clearance as well, so you often do find that sometimes with vaulters. They occasionally switch poles between the heights. Certain poles better suited to different heights, and sometimes an athlete of Campos's class can just feel more familiar, more comfortable with the poles she'll be using at a height like 4:58. And for example, the earlier heights like 4:38, where she did record 1 failure. But also there are many more variables than that, of course, so we won't make assumptions. And you can see there those flags in the background. They really are blowing behind the vaulters as they come down the runway. Helps generate speed, of course. All that speed on the runway, if controlled correctly, can be converted into vertical height. It's one of the reasons the likes of Mondo Duplantis are just complete outliers in this event. It's not the only reason, of course, but when you're able to run like him at around 10 meters per second with the pole, it does certainly give you advantage over many of your competitors, given the momentum you carry once you leave the ground. And certainly speed will not be an issue for these vaulters today, given the hot conditions and what does look like tailwinds for these jumps. So, just to mark your card on where we're at the moment, Juliana Campos leads the way, having recorded just one failure in the competition so far. She's up front, 4:58. Chung-Nui is second, 2 failures total, also over 4:58. And Kleckner has 3 failures, she's back in third, that national record already in the bag. And then Eliane Wekemans and Molly Caudry have both passed 4:58. They'll be back in at 4:63. But here's Hannah Kleckner at 4:63. Now she is already in dreamland today. National record. This would be fairy tale stuff if she could go over 4:63. First time failure for Kleckner. Who went out in qualification in Paris last year. As we see Marlene Muller, just, I'm sure, looking back on some of her jumps, or perhaps playing Minecraft to pass the time. Eliane Wekemans there, 24-year-old Belgian record holder. This is her first attempt at 4:63, having passed at 4:58. And it's not quite to be for her. As I mentioned just last week, a national record in Maribor, Slovenia, the European Team Championships of 4:65. So she knows that she has this height within her. If she can just align all the different parts of the jump that need to happen to go over a height like this, 4:63 is really getting up there into true world-class territory.
Έχει 4,85 φετινό ρεκόρ, τα υπόλοιπα κορίτσια είναι στα 4,66-4,65. Άφησε το προηγούμενο ύψος και θα τη δούμε τώρα να επιχειρεί εδώ που απέτυχαν οι Kleckner και οι Wekemans.
So just some consultations there between athletes and officials. So the bar is now moving on up, it looks like, or no, it's just being put back at 4:63 because of course Kleckner has 2 more attempts remaining. And just to mark your card, Juliana Campos and Chung-Nui, who are currently 1 and 2 in this competition, have decided to pass at 4:63. They will next be seen at 4:68, almost doing the opposite of Eliane Wekemans and Molly Caudry, who are opting to jump the 3 centimeter increments so far and pass on the 8 centimeter increments. Caudry and Wekemans both going clear at 4:53. And here is Wekemans. It looks like she will be next up, the Belgian. The student in bioengineering at the university in Leuven. 7th at the European Indoor Championships in Apeldoorn earlier on this year, back in March. Wekemans was a European under-23 silver medalist in 2023. Plenty underage pedigree. She won the European under-20 bronze medal as well back in 2019 in Borås in Sweden. And she set a national record earlier on this summer as well to take victory at the Paavo Nurmi Games, the World Athletics Continental Tour Gold meeting. So it's been a brilliant summer so far for Wekemans. Can she keep it going here? At 4:63, she hits that bar a good rattle, but it very much stays on. And the season of her life continues for Eliane Wekemans, the 24-year-old Belgian. Look at that record, absolutely perfect. She vaults straight back to the head of the standings, does Wekeman. 4 jumps, 4 perfect clearances at 4:30, 4:43, 4:53, and 4:63. And with the bar next going to 4:68, who would put it past her? Going over another Belgian record. That would add another 3 centimeters to her Belgian record, but she's already broken it twice this outdoor season. Why not 3 times, I'm sure she's thinking right now. Beckemans is very much in the running, or in line to secure a place at the World Championships. Here's Molly Cawdery though. And she follow Beckemans. Yes, she can. Of course she can. The Cornwall native who grew up doing gymnastics before switching to pole vault. So many pole vaulters, of course, have that gymnastic background. Such a level of crossover between the events. And Molly Cawdery, of course, who was coached by her dad, Stuart, throughout her childhood and teenage years. And of course, these days, under the guidance of the renowned Scott Simpson, who she called the best pole vault coach in the world. And good to see Juliana Campos applauding and smiling there. Now, Inga Kleckner, having already set a national record for Hungary, 4:58. Can she make it a true fairy tale today and go clear at 4:63? Not quite on the second attempt. Land safely, but you know, even if there's a bit of frustration, if she doesn't manage to get over this height, she will walk away with a faint smile. Inga Kleckner, she has one last try at 4:63. Just wasn't quite there for her. Didn't quite have the height there, and you would expect that. To be fair, she has already broken new ground and new height with that clearance, 4:58. I expect her to go 5 centimeters higher. It's extremely difficult, but you gotta believe it to do it. And she will step up to the runway for her third and final attempt, fully believing that it is within her grasp. Either way, it's been a brilliant day so far for Inga Kleckner. And if you're tuning in wondering about the men's competition, the likes of Ben Bruders and Emmanuel Corrales, they'll be clashing a little bit later on at 7 p.m. local time. That's 6 p.m. Central European time. Sorry, 8 p.m. it is local time, but the men's competition will be held. Time difference is confusing me. 7 p.m. Central European time. So just some consultations ongoing. Inga Kleckner will be the last athlete at 4:63. As I mentioned, Chung Nui of China and Juliana Campos of Brazil have both passed 4:63. They'll be rejoining at 4:68. Molly Cawdery and Lilian Beckemans of Belgium, both going clear at their first attempt. And the Hungarian record holder tries to go higher again, third attempt, but she bails out of that one. Carefully guides herself to the ground. She is healthy, she's happy, and suitably delighted with a great day's work. A first-time clearance, adding 1 centimeter to the Hungarian record. She will finish down in 5th place, probably deserved a higher finishing position than that for Inga Kleckner, but is a step forward in her career, which is progressing all the time. The 25-year-old. Brilliant, brilliant clearance by Inga Kleckner. One of the great stories, of course, to emerge from that European Team Championships, First Division in Madrid. Stepping up for her team and getting on the line to run an 800 meters at the end of the competition, having competed in the pole vault a couple of days before. 2:31 she clocked in that 800 meters. Hopefully now we'll hear from the Hungarian record holder Inga Kleckner.
I think, yes, in a way that it was a really good feeling to run for the Hungarian team, and I could enjoy that too, and I enjoyed today. So, yeah, in some ways, yeah, I really enjoyed today, and the crowd were amazing, and also it was like yesterday, so the girl, I
ωραία σήμερα, είστε φοβερό κοινό και έτσι και τα κορίτσια να πάνε πιο δυνατά και τα αγόρια. Χάνα Κλέκτερ, νέο ρεκόρ αγώνων, νέο ρεκόρ χώρας και πάμε να δούμε τώρα για 4,68 για νέο ρεκόρ αγώνων τη Liu Chunkin από την Κίνα.
Θα κάνει ατομικό ρεκόρ αν υπερβεί αυτό το ύψος, γιατί η Liu έχει 4,65 και επιχειρεί τώρα στα 4,68.
At 468, it would be a personal best by 3 centimeters. It would be a difficult ask for the 25-year-old Chinese vaulter. Yeah, not happening there for her. Just did not have the height for that. So no joy there for Chung Nui, who is down in 4th position at the moment. Hanga Kleckner will finish in 5th. Kleckner down in 5th, so 4 remain at 468. Molly Caudry, Eliane Vekemans, Juliana Campos, and Chung Nui. Eliane Vekemans, can we see a second national record? This would be huge for the 24-year-old Belgian. 468, first attempt. Not to be there for Vekemans. But she's still in front with that first time clearance at 463. Perfect record up until that failure. But now it is going to get a lot more difficult because she is operating at a height she's never cleared before in competition. But looking at that first attempt, you would have to say it would not surprise you at all to see Eliane Vekemans go clear at 468, a national record. Because she truly is in the form of her life, having twice raised the Belgian record already over the past month or two. Juliana Campos there, just making sure that grip is very much covered in chalk. You can imagine the levels of sweat that will be coming off the athlete's hand on a day like this that is 36 degrees or so. And to the sound of Queen, Juliana Campos, Queen of Brazilian pole vaulting, in a sense, comes up and takes her attempt. Not to be. 468 time failure for Juliana Campos. With 7 national titles in the pole vault in Brazil, 6 of them outdoors, 1 indoors. She competes for the Orcampi Unimed club, coached by Marco Chiarello, and she did make the World Championships in 2023, the Olympics last year, went out in qualification at both, and very deep and competitive at the Tokyo World Championships, currently sitting 20th in the Road to Tokyo drop-down qualification list. Just 11 athletes have hit the automatic standard of 473, which is, you have to say, very, very standard. She also went out in qualification in Paris last year, the Chinese vaulter. 465, her personal best. She's already cleared 458 today. Can she get things right here? Her second attempt at 468. This would be a big personal best, and no, she knew that wasn't going to happen. Right when she was into the tuck part of that jump, looking up at that bar, you could see she just knew it wasn't going to occur, so she opted out. Her coach, who is trackside Vyacheslav Kalinachenko, will be watching the replays of that and trying to give her some technical advice that might help her over a personal best height of 468, but it's a big ask, adding 3 centimeters to her previous best. A woman who knows all about breaking personal bests, setting national records lately, is this woman who leads the competition, Eliane Vekemans, the 24-year-old Belgian, attempting for the second time a national record of 468. Not quite to be for Vekemans. It was close again, I think. I think that smile, you can see there's an excitement in Vekemans, the way she's jumping. She is just bringing such energy and enthusiasm to her jumping, and I think you can see why there, because 80% of her body goes up and over that bar. She definitely has the height, does Vekemans. But again, when you're operating at these heights you've never cleared before in competition, everything really does have to align correctly. She's trying to add 3 centimeters to the Belgian record and looks to have a very good chance of doing so if she gets it right on her 3rd attempt. But Vekemans still leads ahead of Molly Caudry, who has passed at 468, and Juliana Campos has already recorded 1 failure. Let's see if the Brazilian, a star on TikTok, can go clear here. 4.8 for Juliana Campos, which would be a personal best by 2 centimeters. And she's got it! Campos goes clear and she leaps off the mat, ecstatic. It is a brilliant, brilliant clearance by Juliana Campos. Fantastic. It is, of course, a meeting record as well, and it puts her right to the top of the standings. A lifetime best for Juliana Campos of Brazil, the 28-year-old who has been competing at the top level for many, many years now, and she has never jumped that high in competition before. She adds 2 centimeters to her personal best, which she jumped indoors in Australia earlier this year. That in itself was a 3 centimeter PB at the time. So Juliana Campos of Brazil, what a clearance from the 2-time South American champion, and she is now at the top of the standings, the only athlete to go clear at 468. Looking to join her, Chung Nui, a 3rd attempt here for the Chinese 25-year-old. It's from the Anhui province in China, and a student previously of physical education. Looking for a 3 centimeter personal best here for Chung Nui. No, and again, she knew as soon as that pole was planted that wasn't happening, and probably wisely decided to just opt out, but it was a very good competition before that, up to 458. It was a very decent result for Chung Nui. She finishes in 4th position with a total of 5 failures. So we now know our top 3. They are Molly Caudry, Eliane Vekemans and Juliana Campos. But the big question, what order will they finish in? As things stand, Juliana Campos is leading, the only athlete to go clear at 468. Molly Caudry, of course, has passed 468, and she will feel quite confident, I'm sure, about when she re-enters at 473. But for now, 3rd and final try for Eliane Vekemans. It wasn't to be. No Belgian record there for Vekemans. But nonetheless, another very, very strong competition. It's just 2 centimeters down on her Belgian record, with that clearance, at first time clearance at 463. Well done to her.
Μόνο η Κάμπος από τη Βραζιλία έχει περδεί τα 4 μέτρα και 68 εκατοστά.
So, and then there were 2, Juliana Campos and Molly Caudry, the only 2 now remaining. There's a look at the standings. Eliane Vekemans is in 2nd place for now, her competition at a close, but of course Molly Caudry passed at 468. And with that meeting record, 468, Juliana Campos leads the way. We'll now hopefully hear in the background there from Eliane Vekemans, who will certainly be top 3, may finish as high as 2nd, depending on what Molly Caudry can produce at the next height, which will be 468.
How it was competed here in front of the stadium of the first Olympics. Λέω πώς ήταν να κάνει αγώνα μπροστά από το στάδιο της Ελευθερίας First Olympics Olympics.
Yeah, it's the most beautiful place I've ever done. Really nice.
Λέει ότι είναι το πιο ωραίο μέρος εδώ, το Παναθηναϊκό στάδιο που έχει κάνει άλμα. Νομίζω δεν χρειάζεται να σας πούμε τίποτα άλλο. Κυρίες και κύριοι, Έλλην Βέκκεμας, thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Ο Πίκης έχει ανέβει στα 4,73. Η Βραζιλιάνα Κάμπος που έκανε νωρίτερα ατομικό ρεκόρ από 4.
Rave review there from Ilian Vekemans, saying it's the most beautiful place she's ever jumped. Such history, such scenery alongside the Panathinaikos Stadium. And I think I said incorrectly there that the next height was 468. Of course, the next height will be 473. So it's really going to get difficult. But Juliana Campos is having the competition of her career at the moment, at the age of 28. She is in fantastic form, and I'm sure her coach Marco Chiarello will be absolutely ecstatic watching alongside at the fruits of their labour paying off with a personal best. She is leading the competition at the moment, and if she could get over 473, it would put big pressure on Molly Cawdery. It's a good first attempt, but it's ultimately an unsuccessful one for Juliana Campos. But regardless, Juliana Campos, the automatic qualifying standard, by the way, for Tokyo is 73. But Juliana Campos, who will not finish out of the first two here today with that 468 personal best clearance, will earn plenty of ranking points, and she's currently 20th in the drop down list. While it might not be officially confirmed, you can say with a high degree of certainty that Juliana Campos will be comfortably within the cutoff on world rankings, even if she doesn't get clear of 473, and assuming she stays healthy, will be in Tokyo later this year. Can she go jump into the force for the first of her career? Molly Cawdery has been there many times before. Here she is, first try at 473 for the Brit. That just looked like a slightly awkward jump, not quite with her usual fluency. But she will have two more attempts to get it right. Molly Cawdery, get a better look at it here. Yeah, just veering a bit out to the left. That's all lost vertical height as well when you're doing that, and just didn't quite have the body shape I'm sure she'd have liked. One to put a line through, forget, the Thames Valley Harrier, Molly Cawdery, who of course has so many achievements already in her career at the age of 25. She is World Indoor Champion Glasgow last year, really just rocketed onto the scene in terms of the mainstream media in Britain at that championships. I remember being in a press circle with Molly, some of the British press pack after that, and it was just fascinating. You know, I think they all were just blown away by her enthusiasm and how interesting and expressive she was about the detail vault, and indeed her own personality. She was saying, I'm quite a chaotic person, and she said, you know, fighting fire with fire, I meet chaos with chaos, but in a way it helps her because obviously things go wrong in the pole vault, and things many times in the past of course have gone wrong for Molly Cawdery, but she keeps her composure very well. She will need to do that on her second attempt upcoming at 473, but for now the stage belongs to the leader of the competition, Juliana Campos, who has soared into new territory today with 468. Can she add to it here at 473? She can't. But one more try will await the Brazilian, who is great to see her smiling brightly after that, because it has been the best competition of her career so far. Either way, she will walk away with a huge victory. Yeah, just too far away from that bar really there with her high point. Wasn't really going to clear that no matter where it was put to, and she's coming down on the bar like that, but she is trying to do something she's never done before. Juliana Campos have one third and final attempt at 473. If Molly Cawdery does not clear 473 on her second or perhaps third attempt, if needed, victory will go to Juliana Campos, and the runner-up position will be secured by Belgium's Ilian Vekemans. So here we go. Pressure time mounting now on Molly Caudry. It's great to see her back competing. Injury niggles look to be firmly behind her. This would vault her right to the head of the standings. Molly Caudry at 4.73, and she gets it right. Brilliant to see her back. As ever, Murray soars over 4.73 at the second time of asking, and she goes right to the head of the standings at Fly Athens. That was a beautiful clearance, just shaped so much better, everything in line so much better. Molly Caudry goes clear. And look at that, there is still room to spare there, so you would expect to see her attempt 4.78. If Juliana Campos, who was gracious applauding her 4.73, I'm sure Campos is very glad to see her rival back in action as well. Molly Caudry just reviews the footage of that jump there, and Scott Simpson just demonstrates exactly what he wants to see from her in her next attempt, and she does make just a little adjustment there with that marker, which is where she starts her run up. Just a few inches, that's all it is. And now Juliana Campos, who has had the best competition of her career so far. Of course, she's won titles before, 2-time South African champion with sheer heights. She has never gone clear at 4.68, and she has done that today, and she has barely stopped smiling since. And now Juliana Campos, the 28-year-old, tries to soar higher still. Third and final attempt for the Brazilian at 4.73, and it was a good one, but ultimately not a successful one for Juliana Campos. But she smiled at the top of the runway, and she smiles on the mat again here. Brilliant, brilliant performance by Juliana Campos. She will finish in second place. It wasn't that far away. It was the best of her 3 attempts. Juliana Campos, having added 3 centimeters to her personal best earlier on this year in Ostrava, she adds another 2 centimeters at Fly Athens. 4.68 for Campos, personal best. She will finish in second. Third place will go to Eliane Weckemans of Belgium with 4.63. And the winner, we can now say with certainty, is Molly Caudry. Northern Ireland, British record holder, 4.92. Native of Cornwall, and there's one of the organisers who will be a little bit occupied soon enough. Karalis. That event, by the way, is coming up. The men's competition is coming up at 8 p.m. local time. That's 7 p.m. Central European time, so about an hour and a half away from the men's competition. I'll be very excited to see just how high Karalis can go.
Λέω ότι κάποιος στο κοινό είναι από το Ρίο de Janeiro, Καριόκα, και αν λέει πει αυτή ότι το καλύτερο καρναβάλι είναι στο Ρίο, θα έχει πρόβλημα. Οπότε λέει ότι και τα δύο καρναβάλια είναι φοβερά. So, what about your event? You think personal best, you must be absolutely thrilling.
Yeah, I'm super happy. I wasn't expecting for that because I'm a little tight for the last competition, which I had done my personal best as well. So now I feel a little bit more. I really wanted the 73, which would be the standard. But wow, I cannot complain. I'm super happy about the results. The track is just amazing, the crowd. So thank you very much for inviting me.
Νομίζω δεν χρειάζεται εξήγηση. So, we'll see you next year here in Fly Athens.
For sure, I'm excited to come back.
Λοιπόν, να κάνουμε κάτι φίλες και φίλοι για την στα βραζιλιάνικα, το ευχαριστώ είναι obrigado. Οπότε με το 1, 2, 3 το λέτε. 1, 2, 3, obrigado.
Obrigado!
4.80 ο Πίκης και η Βρετανίδα Κόντερη ετοιμάζεται για την πρώτη προσπάθεια
Juliana
της.
Campos says a giant obrigado. Thank you in Portuguese, of course, to crowd at Fly Athens for their support throughout the afternoon. Molly Caudry gives her a round of applause as well. She may be a rival, but there's always a friendly nature between these vaulters. Even amongst the most cutthroat of rivals, they all travel together. They experience the same struggles with getting those poles on airlines around the world. Talking to one of the vaulters at a recent Diamond League, it was interesting just to hear of just how few airlines these days are willing to bring those poles around. Some of the budget airlines, ironically enough, in Europe are some of the best at actually being willing to accept them, and many of the more traditional national airlines just flat out refuse to bring poles around. But Molly Caudry has done that many times in her career, and here she is at 478, first attempt for the Briton. And she's got it! Molly Caudry back with a bang, goes clear, first time of asking, and it was 480 in fact for Molly Caudry. A brilliant clearance. That is a season's best for Caudry, having cleared 475 earlier on in the season, puts the bar to 480 and goes clear at the first time of asking. She cleared 485 indoors, did Caudry, but that's her biggest clearance of the outdoor season. And it looked very easy indeed for Caudry. That is very close to the best in the world this season. Katie Moon. Katie Moon cleared 483. Sandy Morris went over 482. But now Molly Caudry is very close. 480 clearance there by the Briton. Where will she put the pole next? We saw her making that little adjustment. Start of her run up. Will she make an adjustment again as she watches back that jump alongside her coach? She only competed once so far this outdoor season. That was on the 16th of May. It's about 7 weeks ago now since she competed in Doha. And then she did go to Rabat soon after, but unfortunately had to withdraw with a niggle in Rabat, but has been making her way back since. She was in Wimbledon earlier on this week, watching the world's best in tennis, and now she's gone from spectator to entertainer, and that crowd at the Fly Athens meet are getting to watch one of the world's best performers in the pole vault. Molly Caudry takes a well-earned drink of water, goes back to that shaded area and tries to gather her energies. And the one thing you can be sure of, she is not done yet, not by any stretch. Molly Caudry, she's not getting changed. She is ready to keep vault and the bar next.
Πάμε ένα πρώτο μεγάλο χειροκρότημα να πάρει την ενέργειά μας. Πάμε! Molly Caudry λοιπόν for a new world best, for a new mid record. 4,80 σωστά. Το ρεκόρ αγώνων ήταν 4,53, 27 εκατοστά το είχε ανεβάσει αυτό το κορίτσι από τη Μεγάλη Βρετανία, ανήκει στο σύλλογο Thames Valley Harriers, ένα σύλλογο του Λονδίνου που έχει και δικό του ιδιόκτητο στάδιο. Πάμε λοιπόν, Molly Caudry, 4,90 για World Leader. Πάμε με τον ρυθμό.
So it looks like Molly Caudry has put the bar up. It's not coming through on the system, but it's up to, I think, a world leading height anyway. And now we're going to see her attempt it. First attempt for Molly Caudry Having already cleared 480, can she go even higher here, the Briton? She has been over 492. It's not to be on that occasion, but either way, she's got victory in the bag. And it is 490 indeed that the bar has now been put to. She will have 2 more tries at 490, which is very, very close to her British record. Wasn't a bad attempt at all from Molly Caudry. She will have 2 more attempts at that. Her British record, of course, 492, set last year in Toulouse. Caudry, who's comes from a family of vaulters. Her dad Stuart, her mum Barbara, her brother Finlay, all have pedigree in the pole vault. So really it was only going to go one way for her. But of course, coming from Cornwall, she did grow up living life at sea and doing plenty of water sports, and a proud surfer and a keen surfer. But of course, her background for athletics was primarily gymnastics in her childhood, and then she found her way to the pole vault and carried that ability to the pole vault runway, and was really a bit of a prodigy throughout her youth. She won a silver medal at the European Under-20 Championships back in 2017. Indeed, continued the medals at Under-23 level. She won silver at the European Under-23s in 2021. And progressed before too long to senior level, 5th in the World Final in 2023 in Budapest. And then her first major title, World Indoor Champion, in 2024 in Glasgow. As the European bronze medal last summer, and of course 4th place finish at the World Indoors in Nanjing earlier this year. Spent a good bit of time stateside as well, did Molly Caudry. Spent a couple of years at the University of Miami before pandemic. Cut that short, she moved back to Loughborough, just about an hour away from Birmingham. Loughborough is such an institution really of British sport and international sport. Many around the world go there. It really is an institution that could be held up there alongside any of the best US universities in terms of attracting not just the best of national level talent, but athletes around the world and across a variety of sports, transitioning them and progressing them towards the very, very top level. But Molly Caudry will just take a few minutes now, and then she will have 2 more attempts awaiting at 490.
Φίλες και φίλοι, το κορίτσι που βλέπετε είναι έτοιμο για να κατακτήσει τον κόσμο, να κάνει το καλύτερο άλμα στον κόσμο για το 2025.
So, Molly Caudry, 490, second attempt is upcoming for the 25-year-old Briton.
Και είναι στη δεύτερη της προσπάθεια.
She's had an extended mini break, I would say, from competition over the last 7 weeks or so since the Doha Diamond League, where she took victory. But she has announced herself once again here. The highest mark cleared indoors this year was by the US youngster Amanda Mall, 491. But no one has been over a height like this yet outdoors. Molly Caudry set an outdoor world lead of 490, her second attempt, and she just opts out of that, but she doesn't break the plane, I think, so she thinks she's okay. Or maybe that is a foul because it looks like she said one more.
She has 3.5 minutes to complete her attempt, so we'll just, tranquil, chill out.
She's not going to be attempting a quick turnaround there, so Molly Caudry looks like we'll have 1 more attempt at 490. terms of the top list this year, as I mentioned, including the indoors, Amanda Mall. Just rising star of vaulting, I would say in the US, but really the heights she is jumping, it is global level. 491 she jumps in Indianapolis back in February. Now, it does look like this is still the second attempt indeed from Molly Caudry, so she's within the time limit. She just took a little rest there, knew how long she had, she gave herself a minute. And now for the second time of asking, Molly Caudry, with victory secured at Fly Athens, will attempt 490. This will be the highest jump in the world outdoors this year. But didn't like something about that run up, and I think she's done. She has called a halt. She is standing gracefully on the pole vault mat, and Molly Caudry salutes the crowd and takes their adulation. Her work here is very much done. She passes her final attempt with that meeting record placard. She broke the meeting record of Holly Bradshaw, who she knows very well, of course. And Molly Caudry, there were some worries when she withdrew from the Rabat Diamond League, people hoping it wouldn't be anything serious. Obviously there's a long way to those World Championships in Tokyo, but we can say with some certainty that she is back with a bang. Takes victory at Fly Athens. That brilliant clearance at 480, there it is. And she is wearing her emotions front and center there about how much that means to her. Obviously that niggle that kept her out of competition for a few weeks, nothing too major, and now firmly behind her, she takes victory.
Look at the view on your left. Look at this amazing crowd, and you did an amazing new meet record, and your smile is the best we have seen for years. So, describe us what happened today here in Athens. Αν μπορούμε να χαμηλώσουμε λίγο τη μουσική για να ακούμε τι θα μας πει εδώ η όμορφη Μόλι. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
That was just so much fun. It was such an incredible meet. Everything was perfect. And like you said, look at this view. It's so special and I'm just so appreciative to be here.
Λοιπόν, όλα ήταν τέλεια. Δείτε λέει τη θέα. Έχει εκτιμήσει ότι είναι εδώ. So, I mean, I know that all the pole vaulters, your friends. So with Emmanuel that invited you, when it happened. Λέω πότε ο Emmanuel κάλεσε τη Μόλι στο meeting.
I think the pole vault community is so special and the camaraderie between the girls and the boys and absolutely everyone is just amazing. So for Manolo to put on this meet is just incredible and I can't thank him enough for having this.
Λέει λοιπόν ότι υπάρχει φοβερή συναδελφικότητα μεταξύ των αθλητών και των αθλητιών των επικοντών και λέει ότι ο Μανώλη με κάλεσε είναι απίστευτο. So, what about maybe 5 meters now? I mean, you start to figure out that 5 meters is possible. Και λέω, πότε θα μας κάνει 5 μέτρα.
I think so. I'm actually on a short run up today, so that was a 12-step personal best for me. So I'm really happy with that. I would have loved to have 19 other goals, but I think my energy was out. So I'm looking forward to the next one.
Λέει ότι έκανε μικρή φορά, για όσους ξέρουν τον πυρκοντό καταλαβαίνουν, δοκιμάζει την τεχνική της και σύντομα πιστεύει θα πηγαίνει πιο ωραία. Something for the crowd?
I just want to say a huge thank you to you all and I hope you enjoy the men's competition.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, Μόλι Κάτερ, νέο ρεκόρ αγώνα 4-8 από τη Μεγάλη Βρετανία. Thank you very much, Molly.
Great to hear there from Molly Caudry. Obviously the Greek broadcasters have a different interview ongoing now, well-known Greek athlete. However, Molly Caudry there expressing her gratitude, saying how much she wanted 490 today, but a brilliant return to competition. I'm sure we'll be seeing the 25-year-old many times more, and let's hope she stays healthy on the countdown to those World Championships in Tokyo. She will be seeking to do outdoors what she did indoors last year and win a world title, but confirmation of that meeting record by Molly Caudry, who breaks the meeting record of her compatriot Holly Bradshaw, who is out on maternity leave at the moment this season. And it was Juliana Campos finishing second for Brazil, PB for her 468, and Eliane Vekemans very close to her Belgian record as well, back in third with 463. Chung Mu in fourth with 458, and a brilliant clearance as well by Hanga Kleckner back in 5th to break her national record by 1 centimeter. Brilliant competition it was by the women. And that means we're halfway through our program at Fly Athens, and there'll now be a bit of a break. Some of the audience members there who are suffering there in the sun will have a few moments just to get recovered, and we will rejoin you again in a while for the men's competition featuring Emmanuel Corrales. Confirm that men's competition will be coming up at 8 p.m. local time in Athens, which is 7 p.m. Central European time, and you can see some of the vaulters there are just already commencing their warm-ups, and in a little about over an hour's time they will be on the way. We'll rejoin you again then.
check something quick. Okay. Thank you. I'm rolling. I'm rolling.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλώς ήρθατε στο Παναθηναϊκό Στάδιο για να παρακολουθήσουμε ένα μεγάλο αγώνα άλματος επικοντός. Το Fly Athens που διοργανώνει ο κορυφαίος επικοντιστής του κόσμου, ο δικός μας Μανώλο Καραλής. Πριν ξεκινήσουμε όμως και παρακολουθήσουμε 14 μεγάλα ονόματα που θα σας τα παρουσιάσουμε στη συνέχεια, θα πρέπει να καλέσουμε για να τιμηθεί ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα ονόματα στο άλμα επικοντό γυναικών, η Νικόλ Κυριακοπούλου. Ένα χειροκρότημα για αυτή την αθλήτρια που έγινε παγκόσμια πρωταθλήτρια Ευρώπης, πήρε το Diamond League, έτσι αμέτρητες νίκες. Και καλούμε για αυτή τη βράβευση τον Υπουργό Αθλητισμού, κύριο Γιάννη Βρούτσι. Κύριε Βρούτσι, ένα χειροκρότημα στον Υπουργό που θα βραβεύσει την αθλήτριά μας. Ήτανε και στους Ολυμπιακούς Αγώνες στο Τόκιο. Και αυτό είναι το έπαθλο για την Νικόλ Κυριακοπούλου που πρόσφερε τόσα στο άλμα επικοντό των γυναικών. Συγχαρητήρια Νικόλ, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ κύριε Υπουργέ. Και θα θέλαμε κύριε Υπουργέ να έρθετε στο βήμα να κηρύξετε την έναρξη των αγώνων αυτού του σπουδαίου meeting άλματος επικοντό.
Καλησπέρα. Θυμάμαι πέρυσι, την ίδια ημερομηνία περίπου, όλοι εδώ πέρα, σε αυτόν εδώ το χώρο, ανυπομονούσαμε να δούμε αυτό το μεγάλο αθλητικό γεγονός του Στίβου, το μεγαλύτερο που συντελείται στην Αθήνα, να δούμε το Μανόλο εδώ μαζί με τους συναθλητές του να αγωνίζονται σε κάτι μοναδικό, αυτό που θέλαμε όλοι να δούμε, να θαυμάσουμε και περιμέναμε, κάτι το οποίο δεν είχε έρθει. Το πανελλήνιο ρεκόρ. Λέγαμε μήπως γίνει εδώ πέρα. Δεν έγινε. Κοιτάξτε όμως τη συγκυρία. Σήμερα εδώ συνεπείς όλοι παρόντες και παρούσες, αθλητές, αθλήτριες, κόσμος, άνθρωποι που αγαπάνε τον αθλητισμό, είμαστε εδώ, αλλά σε αυτό το χρόνο έχει συντελεστεί πολύ μεγάλο, πολλά γεγονότα αθροιστικά για τον ελληνικό αθλητισμό, για το ύψος, μέσα από το Μανόλο. Το πανελλήνιο ρεκόρ έσπασε και μάλιστα ξεπέρασε κάθε προσδοκία και ο Μανόλο μας έφερε πλέον αυτό το σημαντικό Ολυμπιακό μετάλλιο, το οποίο μας έκανε όλους τόσο περήφανους μαζί με τα άλλα παιδιά στο Παρίσι. Συγχαρητήρια λοιπόν στο Μανόλο, στους διοργανωτές, στους συναθλητές του, σε εσάς που είστε παρόντες και παρούσες, στην Νικόλ την αγαπημένη μου, την οποία τη θαυμάζω και την τιμώ και είναι ένα σύμβολο αθλητικό και η οποία με τις αξίες της και τη σταθερή της πορεία δείχνει ποιος πρέπει να είναι ο αθλητισμός. Ο αθλητισμός που είναι μια προσπάθεια γεμάτη αξίες, γεμάτη επιμονή, με τις αποτυχίες αλλά και τις επιτυχίες και όλος ο κόσμος πρέπει να επιβραβεύει αυτά τα παιδιά. Και για την Ελλάδα μας, που αυτό το γεγονός συντελείται εδώ μπροστά, στο Παναθηναϊκό στάδιο, σε αυτό το στάδιο το παγκόσμιο σύμβολο. Μην ξεχνάμε ποτέ, μην το ξεχνάμε ποτέ και να νιώθουμε πολύ περήφανες και περήφανοι ότι οι Ολυμπιακοί Αγώνες γεννήθηκαν στην Ελλάδα, ο αθλητισμός γεννήθηκε στην Ελλάδα και οι πρώτοι Ολυμπιακοί Αγώνες το 1896 με τον Δημήτρη Βικέλα και τον Πιέρ ντε Κουμπερτέν ξεκίνησαν από εδώ, από αυτό το στάδιο. Πόσο περήφανοι πρέπει να είμαστε. Μανόλο, συνέχισε να μας κάνεις περήφανους μαζί με τους άλλους αθλητές. Συγχαρητήρια. Να κοπάσει το χειροκρότημα και να πω, κηρύσω την έναρξη των αγώνων. Καλή επιτυχία.
Όμως έχουμε κοντά μας μια αθλήτρια που μας συγκίνησε για πολλά χρόνια με τις διακρίσεις της μεγάλες διοργανώσεις. Ξεκίνησε από κοριτσάκι, έκανες οικογένεια, περιμένεις και άλλο παιδί ή έχεις να θυμάσαι εν συντομία για πόσα πέφτει. Να είσαι καλά.
Θα πιάσει τώρα τον κόρη σου, τι μαθαίνει.
Λέγω τώρα που απολαμβάνω πιο πολύ από κάθε άλλη φορά. Τι μαθαίνω όσα έχω διδαχθεί εγώ μέσα από τον αθλητισμό. Ανυπομονεί και αυτή, άμα τη ρωτήσεις, δηλαδή θα σου πει ότι θέλω να γίνω αθλήτρια. Δεν σου λέει θέλω να κάνω κάτι άλλο, μόνο αθλήτρια. Και εύχομαι τώρα και το νέο μέλος να έρθει εκεί σε αυτό το δρόμο.
Το καλό Νικόλη, σε ευχαριστούμε για όσα όμορφα μας πρόσφερες στην αθλητική σου καριέρα. Ένα χειροκρότημα για την Νικόλη Κυριακοπούλου.
Φίλες και φίλοι, το Fly Athens 2025 by Continental είναι έτοιμο να αρχίσει στην κατηγορία των ανδρών. Παρουσίαση αθλητών, presentation of athletes. Από την Ελλάδα ήταν πέμπτο στο ευρωπαϊκό κάτω των 20 ετών το 19. Έκανε 5.55 ατομικό ρεκόρ στο ελληνικό πρωτάθλημα. Υποδεχόμαστε τον Αντώνη Σάντα. Από την Ορβηγία, ο Ολυμπιονίκης στο Παρίσι στο δέκαθλο, the Olympic champion of decathlon in Paris, from Norway, Marcus Ruther. Από την Πολωνία έκανε αυτό το ρεκόρ στο Δεσάου της Γερμανίας με 5.50, Philip Kempsey from Poland, with a new personal best, 5 meters 50. Από την Ελλάδα, τρίτος μεσογειονίκης στο 22, he was third in Mediterranean Championships back in 2022 from Greece, Yannis Rizos. Come on! Yes! Από την Γαλλία, τέταρτος στο ευρωπαϊκό νέο το 17. He was fourth in European under 23 from France, Mathieu Collet. Από την Γερμανία, τέταρτος στο ευρωπαϊκό 22.
A very good evening and welcome back to European Athletics live coverage of the Fly. Inside the Panathinaikos Stadium, the athletes are just being introduced to the men's event for this World Athletics Continental Tour Silver meeting. We had a brilliant women's competition which concluded about an hour ago, won by Molly Caudry of Britain, who made a brilliant return to competition after a slight few hiccups with injury in recent weeks. And Molly Caudry set the meeting record at 480. Brilliant first time clearance by the Brit. Will we see another meeting record in this men's event? It currently stands 582 to the man whose family is a big part of the host organisation, Emmanuel Corrales. As we see the athletes now being introduced. This men's event, Bruders, who's been in great form already this year. 575 last month in Germany. Torben Blech there, being introduced, a 30-year-old German. He's over 573 already this year. Curtis Marshall there, 28-year-old Australian. 595 at his best, but he's been in brilliant form this year already. 590 at the Stockholm Diamond League to finish second to you-know-who, Mr. Duplantis with his world record. And it really is a very strong field in this. Expect to see something in the very high 5 meters, if not 6 meters. This man joined the 6 meter club last year in Silesia. He was the 29th man to join that 6 meter pole vault club, and he's since gone higher again indoors. Slew of national records. 6:05 in Nanjing back in March. Emmanuel Manolo Corrales. He is the meeting record holder, and he is part of the organisational team. Of course, his mother and father as well. Central to that, there is the full lineup. And you spot an Olympic champion in there, but not in the pole vault. Marcus Ruth of Norway. He was introduced just before the camera caught him, but Ruth will be testing his pole vault skills for the first time in competition this evening. It'll be very interesting to see how Ruth fares. He has a best in the pole vault of 5:30, which of course he cleared in Paris last year at the Olympics en route to taking victory with a total tally of 8,796 points. But we haven't seen him pole vaulting since, so it'll be interesting to see what Ruth is capable of up against many of the world's best, including of course the Olympic bronze medalist Emmanuel Corrales. So things just about to get underway. That opening bar, I can tell you, is going to be set to 5.3, and then we will be jumping up to 5.33, then 5.53, then it'll be 10 centimeter increments all the way up to 5.83, and then we'll be dropping to 5 centimeter increments, 5.88, 5.93, etc. And we'll see if anyone can challenge that meeting record by Corrales, which was set last year at 5.82. We've already seen a meeting record in the women's event earlier on. Holly Caudry going over 5.80, beating the record set last year by Holly Bradshaw of 4.53. And a very good crowd has gathered alongside the runway, and they're here to see a range of strong athletes, but one man more than everyone else, Manolo Corrales, who really has catapulted himself to stardom in Greece over the last year or so with that Olympic medal, despite all his achievements before, the 25-year-old. But first it's going to be Antonios Santos taking to the runway. Kendrick Lamar dropping beats in the background, supporting him down the runway. Antonios Santos will attempt his opening height of 5.03. He is a 5.55 jumper at his best, 6th at the Greek Championships last year, 23 years old, and he gives that lots of air. Antonios Santos, the young Greek vaulter, no issues at 5.03 for him. So he's the first man to enter this competition. I would expect Marcus Ruth as well to join him, the fellow 23-year-old. Marcus Ruth has competed sparingly so far this year. He did a triumvirate of events at the Oslo Diamond League. He's got some PBs already though, so signs of progress already by Marcus Ruth. And here he is. Speak of the Olympic champion. And here he is, opening height 5.03, as I mentioned, his best 5.30. Let's see what he used here. And he goes over Marcus Ruth, no issues. As I mentioned, he set a PB in the discus back in March, 49 meters. PB in the javelin as well in May, 67.90. And a PB in the 110 meter hurdles at the Oslo Diamond League last month, 14.07. This is his first pole vault of 2025, and certainly promising signs there because he had minimum 10 centimeters of space over that bar. And of course, Ruth so famously rising to the top of the world in the decathlon last year in Paris. Had a little help from a friend and one of his rivals, and of course the teammate Sander Skotheim pacing him in that 1500. Having no heighted in the pole vault, Sander Skotheim stepped up and helped his compatriot towards Olympic gold. What an achievement it was by Ruth. I would imagine he and Santas and perhaps the likes of Filip Kemski of Poland, who's a 5.50 man at his best in the pole vault, might have the stage to themselves at these earlier heights, down around 5.03, and the next height, of course, will be 5.33. And then some of the bigger contenders will be stepping up minutes later. It is a warm, I would say it was a hot day earlier on, but it is cooling down slightly. And I mean slightly, it's still 29 degrees in Athens as the sun is setting, and the wind looks to have died down a little bit from earlier, still gusting quite a bit. Pole vaulters won't be thrilled about the gusting around, but you see the flags there in the background are still billowing in that wind, but it's definitely less than it was for the women's event a couple of hours ago, and the women had some really stifling temperatures to deal with as well. Temperatures around 36, 37 degrees earlier on in the evening when they were competing. So it'll be a lot more comfortable for these men, and really 29 degrees for a vaulter. Lots of these people, no matter where they're from or where they're based, they'll do warm weather training camps and be seeking out those kind of conditions. So 29 is just about perfect. And earlier on, the wind appeared to be at their back in the women's event, so a bit of an assistant for them. The athletes, by the way, can choose their own songs. So Antonio Santos has chosen "They Not Like Us" by Kendrick Lamar, and off he goes down the runway. And over he goes. Impressive clearance by the young Greek athlete. 5:55 is his best. That was 5:33. And he also goes over it at the first time of asking. And next up, I suspect, will be Marcus Ruth. Santos did compete at the European Under-23s back in 2023. And he had plenty of height to there, over 5:33. So next height will be 5:53, however. Be skipping the 5:40s, so Santos will soon attempt to go quite close to his personal best of 5:55. First up, Marcus Ruth. This will be a lifetime best for the 23-year-old Norwegian in the pole vault. 5:30 his current best, needs 5:33 here. Oh, it's close. It's very close for Ruth, and he smiles. He's not too despondent about that failure, because I think he's quite happy with the attempt. Marcus Ruth. It was a very, very strong attempt. Really has been a meteoric rise by Ruth in the last couple of years. He was Norwegian Sportsman of the Year, crowned earlier this year for his accomplishments through 2024. And when you think of the galaxy of stars really that Norwegian sport has, from football of course to middle distance running, to be awarded Sportsman of the Year is quite an achievement for 2024. Ahead of the world record setting Jakob Ingebrigtsen. Next up though, it's Philip Kemsky. He's going to take his first jump at the competition at 5:33. Kemsky is a 5:50 jumper at his best. Did that just this year, last month, just over 2 weeks ago in Dessau, Rosslau in Germany. 50 inch here, so 5:33, certainly something that Kemsky is capable of. He gets it right, and it doesn't get it. It's a big burn, down it comes. But it is very early days, and Kemsky will have 2 more tries if needed at 5:33 for the reigning Polish Under-23 champion. We'll see who's next up to attempt 5:33. Here's Yanis Rissos. Next up, the 25-year-old has a best of 5:62, which he cleared last year in Volos. But this year his best is 5:55. Cleared that in Trikala last month. Yanis Rissos, first try, 5:33 for the Greek athletes, and over he goes. No issues, big cheer from the crowd, a warm round of applause, and Yanis Rissos, in front of his home crowd, is off to a flying start. Very much. You can see it in the background, the beautiful sight. Earlier on, I think it was Juliana Santos in the finishing second in the women's event said that this is the most beautiful of all, to that as a backdrop, the Panathinaikos Stadium, which of course is the host venue for the first modern Olympic Games back in 1896. And next up will be Mathieu Collet. 5:65 is his personal best. He did that in Montpenot San Martin just a few weeks ago to finish third. That's his outdoor PB. He has been over 574 indoors, so as you would expect, 533, absolutely no issue there for the Frenchman. He coasts over that. Strong start to his competition. 30 years old now is Collet, been on the scene for a long time. His outright personal best was set indoors back in Rouen back in 2020. Got a little bit close to that bar. You probably want to move his center of gravity in his high point just back a little bit further over the bar, but clearance is a clearance. And next on the runway, it's Bolkanda Lita Bere of Germany, the 26-year-old. His best this year is 573 in Dresden to finish there last. 533 for a man of his stature who's finished 9th in the Olympics shouldn't be an issue, and indeed it is not. Bere goes clear at 533. A nice easy start to the competition for the 26-year-old German. He's had a good indoor season. He was 7th at the European Indoors, 8th at the World Indoors, and as I mentioned, 9th last year at the Olympic Games in Paris. Fourth or 11th in the Olympic final back in Tokyo. Next up, it's Huang Bokai of China, 28-year-old, who was set his personal best in Paris last year, 580. He finished 7th in the Olympic final. Bokai has a season's best of 572. Did that at the Asian Championships back in April, finished 2nd, and Bokai goes clear. Nice and easy, up and over 533. I think some of these vaulters just keen to get one on the board because it is quite a jump now to 553. Perhaps just considering 533 a bit of a warm-up jump, get into the swing of competition in front of the crowd. And Bokai with a very easy clearance there at 533. Next up, So next up, it is Germany's Oleg Zernickel. First jump of the competition for the 30-year-old, who jumped his best of 587 at the World Championships in Oregon back in 2022. This year, outdoors, he has a best of just 542, but indoors, at the European Indoors in Apeldoorn, he did clear 575. At the Europeans last year in Rome, and Zernickel here at 533. Not the start he would have wanted. But still quite early days in this competition. As I mentioned, bar will soon be going to 553, but some men still trying to get over this opening height to 533. Here's Ben Broders, 30-year-old Belgian. Been a good week for him already. He got engaged to Femke Ball, his longtime girlfriend, and he's off to a good start in this competition. 533, nice and easy for the 30-year-old Belgian, who set the national record a few years back, 585. And Broders off to a very good start there, but it is a height, of course, that he would pretty much take for granted, 533, but things will be getting a little bit trickier soon, 553.
Second in World University Games from Germany, aus Deutschland, Torben Black, Abu Germania Yvonne,
Next up, Torben Bleck of Germany. 5:33. Let's see if he can get over it. No. Just hits that with his feet on the way up. Bleck is a 5:73 jumper this year in that familiar red strip of Bayer Leverkusen. Yeah, just that body positioning not right. A little bit too close to the bar. Knocks it off with his feet on the way up. So we've had Antonio Santas, Yanis Rissos of Greece, Mathieu Collet, Bo Kanda Lita Bere, Germany, all go clear. Ben Bruders. A few failures, Marcus Ruff, Philip Skemski, Oleg Zernikel. But here is Baptiste Thierry, the 24-year-old Frenchman. Let's see if he can go clear at 5:33. Yes, he can. First time of asking for Thierry. His dad, Benoit, his coach, Gerald Baudin, also his coach. 5:80. Vaulter was Baudin back in 1994. So great experience in his corner. Thierry was 9th at the Europeans last year and 9th at the European indoors this year. 5:71 he cleared in Apeldoorn early this year, but he's been in brilliant form so far in 2025. Thierry went over 5:91. But now it's attempt number 2 for Marcus Rowe to be a person for the Olympic champion into the decathlon. As I mentioned, his lifetime best in the pole vault, 5:30, cleared in the middle of that decathlon back in Paris last year. Can he get over 5:33 here? Yes, he can. He is picking up the best across disciplines this year, Marcus Ruth. And that points to one thing, which is that he is going to be a stronger, more difficult athlete to beat by the time we get to those Tokyo World Championships. He'll, I'm sure, be ready to launch a stout defense of his current position, which is atop the global standings. Hasn't won a world title, 8th in 2 years ago. As of now, he is the king of the decathlon realm, having won the title in Paris. Next up, Filip Kemski of Poland, the 22-year-old, who has a best of 50. That was set just last month, so he'll feel quite confident of 5:3 being within his grasp. But he'll need to make the adjustments. And he veers off to the left there and just again kind of coming down on top of the bar. We'll get a better look at that when we see it from the camera. That is atop the stanchion there. Just looked like, again, his legs were kind of coming down on that bar a bit. Yeah, they were. You see, he was almost hitting that left hand upright there with his feet. Just lost control of that slightly, did Kemski, but one last try for him awaits at 5:33. Next up, it is Oleg Zernikel of Germany. Ago was World Under-20 bronze medalist. About 10 years on, he won the European Championship bronze medal last year in Rome. 5th in the world final back in 2022. But he's been, after clearing 5:75 in Apeldoorn at the European indoors earlier this year, he's just been struggling a little bit more outdoors, perhaps a few issues since then in a few months. 5:42 his current best this outdoor season. His personal best dates back to the World Championships in Oregon 3 years ago, 5:87. Let's see if the man who twice finished 9th in the Olympic final in 2021 and 2024, not just the same position in each final, he got the same best height as well. He cleared 5:70 in consecutive Olympic finals to finish 9th. Now he's looking at a bar of 5:33. And he won't want to leave this to his 3rd attempt. Here we go. Oleg Zernickel, second attempt for the German at 5:33. Yeah, and he's got that. He just exploded out of that bar there. In that tuck position, he just, as the pole vaulters say, tuck and shoot. He was shooting out of that and up and over that bar. You see there the extension of the arms as he comes off it, pushes that pole away. Brilliant clearance by Zernickel. A vastly experienced vaulter, really, who's been on the scene now at major championship level for over a decade. But he's still jumping very well. 5.75 earlier this year, and he will undoubtedly have eyes on the World Championships in Tokyo. 5.82 is the automatic qualifying standard. Some of these men have already ticked that off, many others have not, and of course this is a World Athletics Continental Tour silver level meeting, as we see Torben Bleck step up for his second attempt at 5.33. And he gets it right there on the second try. Impressive clearance from Bleck, who was the World University Games silver medalist back in 2019, but no heighted just last weekend at the European Team Championships in Madrid. He has gone over 5.73 already this outdoor season, but obviously didn't have his best competition in Madrid recently. He's a two-time German indoor champion. Personal best, his outright personal best of 5.86 goes back to 2021, but he has cleared 5.82 outdoors as Bleck in Leverkusen for the club he represents. But as for Filip Kemski, the 22-year-old Pole, it's now or never if he wants to stay in this competition. It's his third and final attempt at 5.33. Needs this. Doesn't get it, unfortunately. It was close. It was the best of his three attempts, but unfortunately it's an early shower for Filip Kemski. At his opening height of 5.33, he bows out. And that was definitely a better attempt. He controlled that a lot better, but yet again down on top of that bar. His high point just in front of the bar, really. And frustration on this evening for Filip Kemski, who is the first to bow out of this competition. And that is all she wrote. That is the action concluded at 5.33, which means things will be swiftly getting a lot more interesting and a lot more difficult, because the bar will next be moving to 5.53. And then after that we'll be going up in 10 centimeter increments all the way to 5.83, and after that it will be 5 centimeters. Is a beautiful sight. Looking up at the Acropolis in Athens, such a city so full of beauty and so much history. And on this evening it plays host to some of the world's best pole. Women were up earlier. Now it's the turn of the men, headlined of course by Manolo Corrales, the Greek star of the event at the moment. Olympic bronze in pole vault last year. As for the other Greek star of the pole vault, Katerini Stefanidi, congratulations to her and her husband Mitch on the birth of their child this week. Just put out on social media in recent days. Now Antonio Santos, his first attempt here at 5.53. This will be a big challenge for him, close to his best of 5.55. And he doesn't get it on that occasion. But Santas, who represented Greece at the European Under-23s a couple of years ago, will have 2 more tries at 5.53. He has been over this height just recently. In June last year, he cleared 5.55. Took victory a couple of weeks ago in Athens as well at an event in 5.35, and Marcus Ruth, been the true professional there with the portable fan. Doesn't often get this hot up in Norway. Temperatures soaring high into the 30s in Athens earlier on today. It's now cooled down a little. It's around 9:30 moment. The wind's still blowing a bit. And the crowd very much enjoying the action, which will be heating up considerably in the next hour. We are yet to see a man many have come to watch, Emmanuel Ballas, and Marcus Ruth. I do wonder if perhaps that fan is not just for comfort, it might be a performance element to it as well, in terms of just trying to cool his hands and stop them sweating too much and make sure he has a good grip. We saw in the women's competition earlier, Kitty Faye of Norway, the vaulter. She had a very tricky moment as her hand slipped on the bar, or on the pole. She just lost control, but thankfully managed to just about land on the mat. And now this is going to be a big ask for Marcus Ruth. He's already cleared a personal best of 5.33 today in the pole vault. Can he add a whopping 20 centimeters to it here for the decathlon Olympic champion? No, he bails on that one soon after the pole was planted, and you would imagine that this is going to take a Herculean effort by the 23-year-old, but he is young. He is improving across a range of disciplines, as I mentioned. Personal bests already this year in the discus, the javelin, the 110 hurdles, and of course now in the pole vault too. I'm sure he would have been much happier if the height progression was next going to 5.43, but obviously that's a low height for caliber of athlete in this field, so on it goes up to 5.53, and Yanis Rissos of Greece will be the next to attempt that. He has been over 5.55 already this year. Rissos, the 25-year-old, let's see if he can get 5.53 here on his first attempt. Yes, he can! Doesn't even touch that bar. Yanis Rissos, who was competing here as well last year, he makes that look easy. His personal best is 5.62, which is a good number given the height progression here, because the bar will next be going to 5.63. That personal best dates back to June last year. He cleared that in Volos, and Rissos will be attempting to break it, and on the evidence of that clearance, he looks capable of doing so, because look at that, there is several centimeters to spare over that for the 25-year-old, and he'll be looking for a lifetime best momentarily. Rissos competed for Greece at the Europeans in Rome last year. He no-heighted there. A dreaded occurrence for all pole vaulters, but it happens to everyone at some point. Next to try 5.53, Mathieu Collet of France. His personal best of 5.65, set just a few weeks ago in Montbénot-Saint-Martin in France. First attempt, 5.3. Gets it. So he keeps up the perfect record. He didn't so much as brush that on the way over. The next height will be 5.63 for Collet. That's going to be pretty close to his outdoor PB of 5.65, but he has been over 5.74 indoors in Rouen back in 2020. Collet, at the age age of 30. He's jumping very, very well. And I'm sure will soon have his outdoor PB of 565 in his sights. But first up, Bokanda Lita Bera, 11th in the Olympic final last year. 573 his best so far this year. That was in Dresden last month. Here he is at 553. No, it wasn't the prettiest clearance of his life, but he's over. And a sigh of relief there for Bera, the 26-year-old who athletics club. No major issues there for Bera. It was better on second watch than it was the first time. Look at that beautiful arc he forms over the bar. That is a thing of beauty, a thing of technical beauty. Next up, Hwang Bokai, his first attempt at 553. Old Chinese athlete who was 6th in the World Championships in Budapest 2 years ago, 7th in Paris last year. Doesn't quite get that one right. So a second attempt will be upcoming for Hwang Bokai of China. He jumped his personal best in Paris last year, 580. And just not quite there for him. Looked but didn't quite have the height, so perhaps more to do with just how he positioned himself as he planted that pole and tucked in. Next up, Oleg Zernickel. First try for the 30-year-old German at 553. As I mentioned, he was in good form indoors with a 575 clearance at the European indoors, but not quite yet. Producing that at 542, his best so far outdoors this season, albeit still early in the season. This will be a season's best for him, 553. Two-time Olympic finalist, all of 11 years ago now. Zernickel was a world under-20 medalist in the pole vault. And the crowd is certainly lending him some support, as is the man on the MC. Zernickel, though, him just making sure he's in position, including his mindset. He's now ready to take off down the runway, trying to clear 5-3. Indeed, he has got it. A very smooth, crisp, clinical clearance by the experienced German, and after a little blip at the earlier height, he is over 553 at the first time of asking, and that is a season's best for Zernickel, and he'll be now starting to think about the next height, 563. So next up, Ben Broeders. You heard the commentator there saying 11-time national champion of Belgium, 5 outdoors, 6 indoors. First try for him here at 553. And as you'd expect from a man of his caliber, he goes up and over at the first time of asking. Broeders was the World University Games bronze medalist back in 2019, European under-23 champion in 2017. He's born in Leuven, the Flemish part of Belgium. He's had some really strong finishes without ever quite winning the global medal. And perhaps he's certainly capable of, but he's had a number of very strong finishes at major championships. 6th at the World Indoors last year, 5th 2 years before that, 2023 World Final he was 7th. And now it's the man in the familiar red strip of Bayer Leverkusen, Torben Blech, German indoor champion. And he go over this height? No, he can't. So disappointment there for Blek. But he will have one more attempt at 5.53 to get things right. So the likes of Yanis Rissos, Mathieu Collet, Okan Dalita Bere, Ben Broeders, Oleg Zernikal have all gone clear at 5.53. Meanwhile, Antonio Santos, Okai, Marcus Ruth, Tobin Blek all still have to go clear. And here's another man who's going to try for his first attempt. Baptiste Thierry. Sounds of Blur's Song 2. Out. Ooh, that's a dangerous way. He folded himself on top of that bar, but he managed to land free from harm. The replay will be interesting there because he kind of came down to the side of that bar, and then the closer you are to the edge, the harder it is to knock that bar off, which was a tricky situation for Thierry. As you can see there, just his ankles almost on top of the bar, and he was dangerously far forward on that mat as he was coming down. Could easily have landed in that central pit, into that pit where they plant the pole, but thankfully no harm done. Baptiste Thierry records a first time failure at 5.53, but he will have 2 more tries should they be needed. Next up then, who brings relaxed, cool nature of a backpacker, Curtis Marshall of Australia. He just has such an upbeat, chill demeanour, does Marshall, at every competition. You can see him there in a very positive mindset as he looks up at this opening bar of 5.53. And Marshall makes absolutely no mistake, goes over 5.53 as you'd expect from a man of his calibre. Has the best of 5.95. For a few years now he's been kind of knocking on the door of that 6 metre club, looking to join the likes of Manolo Carvallis. But he is over that 5.53 with room to spare. Was Marshall, who back in 2016 was a silver medalist at the World Under-20s. He has gone on to forge himself a very strong career, of course highlighted by the bronze medal at the World Championships in Budapest 2 years ago. Next up, Thibaut Collet. He's coached by his dad, Philippe Collet. His dad was a 5.94 vaulter. Thibaut, however, 5.95 vaulter. That's got to be sweet. But here he is at 5.53. Up and over he goes, Collet, the 26-year-old. Season's best so far this season of 5.75, and in his opening jump of the competition at 5.53, he makes no mistake. Collet was 5th in the world final back in Budapest 2 years ago, 6th at the world indoor final last year, the European under-23 bronze medalist in 2019. As I mentioned, his dad Philippe, who also coaches him, a very accomplished vaulter as well back in the 1980s, 5th in the Olympics in Seoul 1988, European bronze as well in 1986. But given Kendrick Lamar is playing again, and a reminder that athletes get to choose their own runway songs as well to try and hype them up, that means that this man, Antonio Santos, is back on the runway for his second try at 5.53. He's been over this height already just last month, 5.55, his personal best set in Trikala last month. And now the 23-year-old will try to get close to that here. Second attempt in front of his home crowd for the Greek athlete, but he bails on that one. Just a little clap of frustration, but he will have one more attempt, Santos, to go clear at 5.33. Sorry, 5.53. Ben Bruders, Marshall, Thibaut Collet, Oleg Zernickel have all gone clear their first attempt at 5.53. We'll next see them at 5.63 with the likes of Juan Bocay, Baptiste Thierry, Marcus Ruth, Torben Black, all still looking for this height. And now Marcus Ruth, he's already got a lifetime best in the pole vault today at 5.33. This would be whopping for the Olympic champion in the decathlon. It's a tough ask, and it's not to be for him there. And I think if you're a betting man, you'd say this is not going to happen today, because this is a huge step to take in an event like pole vault. The difference between 5.33 and 5.53 is whopping, when the 5.33 especially was already personal best, and you just see there's not too much technically he could have changed Marcus Ruth to get over that. He just did not have the height, and that height is a function of many different things lining up, from speed to your power to aseotical proficiency. And Marcus Ruth, he's been in brilliant form already this year, as I mentioned. PB in the discus, in the javelin, in the 110 hurdles, and today in the pole vault. So he is building quite the repertoire to bring back to the decathlon when he decides to put one of them together again. And he'll be looking to add the world title to his Olympic title in just over 2 months' time now. 10 weeks or so of those World Championships in Tokyo. We're all counting down as we see Juan Bocay ready to take his second attempt at 5.53 for the Chinese vaulter. And he makes no mistake there. Big improvement for Bocay. An impressive clearance by the 28-year-old who cleared 5.80 at the Olympics last year in Paris. Finished 7th in the Olympic final. And he is hanging around, knocking on the door. Last couple of global finals, 6th in Budapest, 7th in Paris. Could this be the year where he gets himself on a global podium? He won a silver medal at the Asian Championships back in May, as we see Emmanuel Corrales just sitting out for the moment. Almost like the Godfather there, just surveying the landscape. Next up, Torben Black, the Bayer Leverkusen athlete, the German indoor champion. Second attempt at 5.53 for the German. He gets it right at the second try and just lets out a bit of a yelp. Is that a slap of punishment or a slap of congratulations he gave himself on his face? But either way, he gets there at the second attempt, does Black, whose season's best outdoors is 5.73. No heighted recently in Madrid, so perhaps just a few technical glitches going on at the European Team Championship. Like a much better attempt there, the way he shaped his body over that bar. Impressive clearance by Black. And now it is the turn of Baptiste Thierry of France. And he gets it. No, he does not. I thought he was over that, but frustration in the end for Baptiste Thierry, the 24-year-old who was born in Lille. As you see there, it looked like he had it. He had the height, and just in the end, he gave it enough of a brush to knock off that bar, off the stanchion. Baptiste Thierry, who was born in Lille, which of course was where the Tour de France set off yesterday in cycling. Beautiful part. And let's see who is next up at 5.53. Reminder that Yanis Rissos, Mathieu Collet, Bokanda Litapere, Ben Bruders, Curtis Marshall, Oleg Zernickel, Juan Bocay, Torben Black have all gone clear, which means Antonio Santas, the Greek 23-year-old, is next up. It's going to be difficult for Santas. 55. Just a few weeks ago in Trikala. This is not going to be easy for Santas, but it is a height that he is capable of, close to his lifetime best. Third and final attempt at 5:53. Not to be, unfortunately, for the Greek athlete. So of his hump, he smiles, gives the crowd who supported him so well an appreciative clap. But the competition has come to an end for Antonio Santas, and he can take a seat and now watch some of the world's best do their thing. And yeah, just didn't quite have the height ultimately there for Santas. So he bows out of the Fly Athens meet. And next up will be the man in the special Nike kit that has that strip of gold along the side, indicating that this man is a champion, the Olympic champion in the decathlon, and he's brought that portable fan sensibly out. It's just cooling off those hands a little and trying to dry that sweat, using plenty chalk as well. But this is his third and final attempt for Marcus Ruth. This is a big ask, but he's been making breakthroughs in lots of events. He's already made one today with a personal best at 5:33. This is 5:53 for Ruth. Not to be. It was a better attempt though by Marcus Ruth. And he gives a big wave to the crowd, and it is fantastic to get to see like him competing in an individual discipline. So often with the multi-eventers, many of the athletics fans don't get to see them as often as they would like, given they're just undergoing such long, heavy blocks of training to get ready for competition. But Marcus Ruth has been out there so far. He hasn't done a decathlon yet this year, but he's been out there competing plenty. Oslo Diamond League last month, got a PB in the hurdles for himself. Also set a discus PB of 49 meters earlier this year and went out to almost 68 meters in May for another PB. So the form is building nicely, things continuing to progress for the former European Under-23 champion, and of course the man who matured into the Olympic champion last year. But for now, the pressure is heaped on Baptiste Thierry. Third and final attempt for the Frenchman. Needs to get this right to stay in the competition. And he does. That was much better by Thierry. Much, much better by the 24-year-old. His coaches, Benoit Thierry and Gérald Baudin, I'm sure will be much, much happier with that. Baudin is in Athens watching trackside, so I'm sure they'll be looking back at the footage of that clearance, and you can see there, yeah, that is a much better looking jump than his previous attempts. Just got himself perfectly in the right position there. High point directly over the bar, and a beautiful clearance by the experienced Frenchman. He's only 24 years old, but he's been out there on the championship circuit and the professional circuit for a number of years already. This, however, is his first competition of the outdoor season. He did compete at the World Indoors Thierry in Nanjing, but unfortunately faced that grim fate of a no height. It happens to everyone at some point. But Thierry was 9th in the European final last year in Rome, 9th indoor final this year in Apeldoorn. But now it's over to the Greek man, Yannis Rissos. And the bar is now up to 5:63. So can Rissos go clear at what would be a lifetime best height? He jumped his PB of 5:62 just last month in Volos, and the bar is now at 5:63. Rissos, who competed at the Europeans in Rome last year, he no heighted in qualification there. Second at the Greek Championships last summer. And with the sun setting over Athens, Stars just starting to emerge in the sky above the Panathinaikos Stadium. Giannis Rissos, buoyed by his home crowd, will try to lift himself into the sky to new territory. As we see Molly Caudry there, victorious earlier on. Good to see her sticking around, watching some of the world's best male vaulters. And Giannis Rissos, there'll be a big cheer if he gets this lifetime best attempt for the Greek athlete, but it was not to be. First time failure for Rissos at 5.63, but 2 more attempts await for the 25-year-old Greek vaulter. It was a good attempt, very good attempt, but he is operating at a high. Has never clipped competition. We'll soon find out if he can manage that. So with the bar set to 5.63. Next up will be Collet of France. Oh, not quite there for him. Mathieu Collet. Good attempt though.
Ακολουθεί ο Μποκάι Βούγκα από την Κίνα που πέρασε με τη δεύτερη τα 5.53. Και να το καταλάβετε γιατί σύντομα θα αλλάξει το τραγούδι και θα περάσουμε σε κάτι γαλλικό. Το αλόγο dance λοιπόν για τον Μποκάι Βούγκα που μένει μόνιμα στην Ιταλία, στην Πολυφόρμια και τον προπονεί παραλαμβάνω ο μεγάλος.
Next up on the runway, Wang Bokai. 5.63 is the height. Oh, it's close. It is very close, but it is not to be for him there. Very good attempt though.
Και μετά από το άλμα του Ζέμι και έχω ένα πολύ καλό καλεσμένο εδώ, ένα Ολυμπιονίκη που θα μας τα πει νορβηγικά προς το παρόν Oleg Zernickel.
So next up at 5.63 it is Oleg Zernickel, the German. The 30-year-old will now make his first attempt, having set a season's best already at 5.53. So let's see if Zernickel can go clear here. He's a very experienced jumper. As I mentioned, 9th in both the Tokyo Olympic final and the Paris Olympic final. It's the freestyler by Bonfunk MC. Plays behind him and powers him down the runway. Tries to vault himself into the air, but unfortunately it is not to be there for Zernickel. First time failure for the 30-year-old at 5.63.
It's amazing to be with the Olympic champion, and it's amazing that you make a new personal best. How do you feel in front of this Athenian amazing crowd?
I mean, this is beautiful. I'm just super happy to be here, and to be here by this crowd was a great feeling.
So you're kind of getting back in the race?
For sure. Maybe after the season for vacation.
Θα έρθει λοιπόν για διακοπές στο δεύτερο σεζόν. Όλοι οι Bionides Master Group από την Ορβηγία. Για το και πρόβλημα. Yes! Torben Blur. Η Γερμανία, 5-3.
So next up, Torben Black, ready to take his first attempt at 5.63. Getting the crowd going, night starts to fall. Torben Black, the 30-year-old World University Games silver medalist back in 2019. He is 5.86 vaulter at his highest back in 2021. Can he get over this? No, he bails out of that one midway through the jump. Not to be. So 5.63, proving quite difficult for some of these men, as you'd expect. Torben Black with a first-time failure.
Nous sommes prêts pour les premiers essais à 5.63. Des Baptistes Rémy, les Français.
So, given that Song 2 by Blur is blaring out alongside the Panathinaikos Stadium, it means this man, 24-year-old Baptiste Fieri, is on the runway. Great choice of song, you have to say. Here he goes, ready to take off down the runway for his first try at 5.63. Not quite to be for him there. Just hops out of that jump and guides himself back to the ground. But 2 more tries will await for Baptiste Fieri. And the star man is on the runway, Emmanuel Carrales. And get ready for the noise to go up a notch, because this man is revered across Greece and indeed internationally in the athletics community. He is so well liked, and he has chosen, as you can hear, that famous Greek song Zorba's Dance. Emmanuel Carrales, ready to start his competition. Can he do it successfully with a clearance at 5.63? He said he can't go out for dinner these days in Athens because everywhere I go I get recognised. And stands are packed alongside the runway here to see him compete. Up and over he goes. And a big cheer from the crowd. Manolo Carrales off to a flying start at 5.63. And trust me, he'll be trying to go much, much, much higher than that this evening. I've no doubt that the meeting record of 5.82 will be in his sights. He's already been over 6 meters during the outdoor season. He cleared 6.01 at the Diamond League in Shaoxing, which is outside Shanghai. It's been moving around that Diamond League the last few years as the stadium awaits redevelopment in Shanghai. Moved to Suzhou and then south of that to Shaoxing. That's a second attempt here for another Greek vaulter, Yanis Rissos. Would be a personal best for him. Can he get it? Yes, he can. Yanis Rissos goes over a lifetime best of 5.63. And the crowd love it, and so does he. Rafael Nadal style fist pump into the air. He has got himself a lifetime best, and what better place to do it at a venue dripping in history alongside the former Olympic Stadium, Panathinaikos Stadium. Yanis Rissos soars into the night sky over Athens, and he has himself a lifetime best of 5.63, and look at what that means to him. And a reminder that the next height will be 573, and it really is a brilliant atmosphere there. Now Mathieu Collet, whose younger brother Bo, is also in the competition tonight. Mathieu has best of 565 outdoors, so this is close to it, and he has gone clear. 563, Mathieu Collet, the 30-year-old. Very close to his outdoor PB, which he set just last month in Montbernot, San Martin. Mathieu Collet goes clear at the second time of asking at 563, and the next height will be by some distance an outdoor PB if he could get over it, 573. But for now he vaults himself up into currently second position in the standings with a beautiful clearance there, just folding his body really over that bar. Textbook technique there from Collet. And now it is Huang Bakai of China. And he get over 563. Yes, he can. Brilliant clearance by Bakai. He moves up to fourth position. Huang Bakai, who's coached by the famous Vitaly Petrov, has been one of the godfathers of pole vault methodology down through the years, but his assistant Sergei Durkach is with Huang in Athens tonight. And really this event is just an example to so many other events around the world about how to stage a beautiful event with great atmosphere. It's free to the public to come along to watch, although those seats certainly filled up fast because everyone wants a glimpse of these men, and especially Manolo Karalis, the Olympic star for Greece, who so brilliantly won that bronze medal in Paris last year. Now it's the turn of Oleg Zernickel of Germany. First 63 for Zernickel, but is a height he has cleared countless times in his career. Let's see if he can do it here. He cannot. He just bails out on that one. Pretty much as soon as that was planted, and some of his rivals just taking the opportunity to practice some of their own run-ups there. Ben Bruders. So no joy there, unfortunately, for Oleg Zernickel, but he has got himself a season's best outdoors this year, 553 already. So even if he doesn't clear 563, it won't be a disastrous night at all for Zernickel, but having gone over 575 indoors, I'm sure he'll want more. As will Torben Bleck, his fellow German compatriot. Torben Bleck, 30 years old, a Bayer Leverkusen athlete, two-time German indoor champion. Here he is at 563. Second attempt for the German. This would be a big weight off his shoulders if he could go over this bar. Yeah, he can. A nervous moment, I think, for me and everyone else, especially for Bleck as he lay there looking up at that bar, hoping it wouldn't fall, because I think he made a nice bit of contact with that bar as he went over. Certainly his reaction once he hit the mat would suggest as much. Yeah, I think it was his chest there, just brushed it as he was on the way down. But he did his best just to try and arc his body around that bar, and it was wobbling very close to the edge. But all that matters is that it stays on, and Torben Bleck is clear at 563 and will still be in this competition when we move to the next height of 573. And one man hoping to join him, this guy, Baptiste Thierry of France, the 24-year-old. Second attempt now for Thierry, who was 9th at the European Indoors earlier on this year. Cleared 571 there, did Thierry. However, has not competed since the World Indoors in Nanjing back in March. So perhaps a few issues in preparation for the outdoor season, and Thierry is not firing on all cylinders so far in what is essentially a competition to blow off the cobwebs, the competitive cobwebs. It's been, what, 3.5 months now or so since those World Indoors in Nanjing in China. And I'm sure that's probably not the way you would structure a season. So I'm assuming Baptiste Thierry had some injury problems. But he was in fantastic form, was Thierry, during the indoor season. 591 he cleared in that brilliant meeting in Clermont-Ferrand in France. He was over 575 last year, and that remains his outdoor personal best. But he'll have one more try at 563. As will this man, Oleg Zernickel of Germany. Third and final attempt for him at 563. And the two-time Olympic finalist, he knows all about clutch jumping. And now the pressure is on Zernickel. Having cleared 575 during the indoor season at the European Indoors in Apeldoorn, he knows he's capable of this. But knowing you're capable of doing it and actually going and doing it are two very different things. He cleared 553 at the first attempt. This is his third and final try at 563 for Zernickel. Oh, he hit that too hard. It was close for sure. Not quite enough for Oleg Zernickel on the night. He bows out of the competition. He's down in 10th place at the moment. And it is a season's best. As we see the Panathinaikos Stadium lighting up there in the background. What an absolutely spectacular setting this is for the world's best pole vaulters to be doing their at this World Athletics Continental Tour Silver meeting. And silver is the highest level possible for an event like this. There is just one discipline being contested. Great job to all the organisers with the job they've done there with the lighting. It's just set up beautifully. The Acropolis rising into the sky in the background. And Blur are back on the sound waves, which means that Baptiste Thierry is back on the runway. Third and final attempt for Thierry, the 24-year-old, at 563. It's time for a clutch jump, and he knows all about that. In his first competition of the outdoor season, Baptiste Thierry of France powers down the runway. Can he get over 563? It's a good attempt, but it's not enough. So Thierry bows out with a best height of 553 on the night, but nonetheless his outdoor season is up and running, and it's good to see him back competing, and I'm sure we'll be seeing him in lots of other places in the weeks and indeed months ahead. Baptiste Thierry. Thierry, of course, qualified for the Tokyo World Championships indoors with that 591 clearance in Clermont-Ferrand. The automatic qualifying standard for the World Championships is 582. And that is the current state of play. We have now concluded the action at 563. And they are the men we have lost there towards the lower end of the standings. We have lost Oleg Zernickel, Baptiste Thierry, Antonio Santas, Marcus Ruff, Filip Kemsky. Any others in? And some of the big players decided to pass at 563. Emmanuel Corrales looks to have already passed at 5.73, which is an interesting decision by Corrales if that information currently in the results system is correct, because it will mean that Corrales, having entered the competition at 5.63 with that first time clearance, will be moving straight to 5.83, which, looking at the calibre of the field, you'd suspect if someone can clear 5.83 at the first time of asking, that could well be enough for victory. It could well be a very pivotal height. But the bar will be going to 5.83 and then 5.88 after that, then going up in 5 centimetre increments thereafter. So we'll see who's left in the competition once we get into the 5.80s, as I would expect we will. But next up it's going to be 5.73, and it looks like Corrales has decided to pass. So the likes of his compatriot Yanis Rissos will be trying to go over 5.73, having already cleared that brilliant personal best of 5.63. And then it will be Mathieu Collet, Juan Bokai, Torben Blech, Bokandalita Bere. In fact, Bere has also decided to pass, along with Ben Bruders at 5.63, and Curtis Marshall and Thibaut Collet. So it looks like most of the big guns are going to go straight to 5.73. But the likes of Juan Bokai, Torben Blech, Mathieu Collet, and this man Yanis Rissos will be competing at this height, 5.73, and yes, 5.83 is what I meant. They'll be skipping to the others. But here's Yanis Rissos. He's already got a personal best for himself. Can he do it at 5.73? Yes, he can! What a shock that is! Yanis Rissos, having already cleared 5.63, has now cleared another massive personal best on home turf in Greece, in Athens. Wow, Yanis Rissos has taken a massive step forward and a leap into the night sky in Athens, and great to see Manolo Corrales straight up there to congratulate his compatriot. Yanis Rissos fired on home turf. .562 was his best before tonight, and what a picture that is with the Panathinaikos Stadium in the background. He brushed it on the way up with his legs, gave it a good rattle. You can see that near stanchion just swaying around a bit, but it wasn't enough to knock off that bar at all. And I think if you'd have asked him even tonight, can I clear 5.73, he'd have said not. But his dreams have come true. He has moved into new territory. Yanis Rissos, the 25-year-old Greek athlete, who is in the form of his life. After clearing 5.63 in the first attempt, let's see if Mathieu Collet of France can clear an outdoor personal best. For him, he has cleared 5.74 indoors back in 2020, but his best ever jump outdoors was 5.65, which he did last month. So this would be a big outdoor PB for Collet if he could get it. 5.73, and it's close, but he just hits it with a little bit too much momentum, and the bar compresses and then bounces back into the air and hits the mat. So no joy there for Collet at 5.73. So next up, looks like it's going to be the German Bokandalita Bere, the 26-year-old, who was 11th in the Olympic final last year in Paris. He passed at 5.63, and he put it straight to a height that would equal his season's best. Bere went over 5.73 in Dresden last month, about 5 weeks ago now. graphic said it was 583, but I'm pretty sure this is 573 that he's re-entering the competition at. Bere, first attempt, not quite to be for him. So first time failure there for Bere. It's a pretty good attempt. Not to be for him there at 573, but 2 more attempts upcoming, should he need them. Mathieu Collet will also have 2 attempts remaining. And this man, Wang Bakai, will now be taking his first attempt at 573. Bakai, this will be a season's best for him. 572 he cleared to win silver at the Asian Championships at the end of May. His personal best is 580. He did that at the Olympics in Paris last year, where he finished 7th in the final, 6th the year before in Budapest, and now he's looking for a first time clearance at 573. No. He just knocked that off with his feet. That is a truly beautiful shot there, looking over at that historic stadium, the host venue for the 1896 Olympics, the first modern Olympics in Athens. It's forever synonymous with games. And it looks like Ben Broeders is next up for his first attempt at 573. He did go over 575 in Essen in Germany last month, so be very close to that. First attempt for Broeders, not to be. It's a good effort though. And 2 more attempts will await for Broeders. But that was ultimately unsuccessful. Belgian, who was 5th at the European Indoors back in March in the Netherlands, and jumped very well in Maribor in Slovenia, the European Team Championships, a little over a week ago. Cleared 570 there to take victory in Division 2. You can see how fast night has fallen in Athens this evening, because the sun was shining at the start of this competition and the sky is now descended into darkness. And Torben Bleck will be next to do his thing under the spotlight. 573. This would equal his seat. He did go over 573 in Leverkusen. And there's that familiar red strip of Bayer Leverkusen, the crest there on the left of his vest. Bleck, the 30-year-old. First try, 573, and no. 9 Danke. Very early on there, I think. Probably before his pole was even planted. Just something not quite right for Bleck. Yeah, just didn't even attempt to plant that pole. Hope he didn't feel something, although if he felt a twinge, probably wouldn't be the way you'd finish a jump, with a little somersault onto the mat. So hopefully just something technically not quite right for Bleck. 2 more attempts to try and get that right at 573. But now it's the man who radiates positive energy on the runway, Curtis Marshall, the 28-year-old Australian. 7-time national champion of Australia, 6th in the Olympic final last year, 5th in the World Indoor Final. As he heads down the runway, 5.73 he's looking for, and no, just knocks that off with his feet. And Marshall just looks a little, looks over at his coach, Paul Burgess, who is alongside, and together I'm study just what went wrong on that jump. You can see there he's got the footage from right alongside, so he's just slowly replaying those final couple of steps. It's just such a complex event, the pole vault. There's just so many different angles and body positions, and from your fingers to your ankles to your knees, everything just needs to be in the right position to extract the most height as you shoot off the top of that pole. Now it's over to the younger of the Collet brothers, Thibault. Their dad and coach, Philippe, is inside. Thibault Collet, 5.73. His season's best is 5.75. Up he goes and over. No issues for Thibault Collet. Brilliant clearance by the 26-year-old. First time of asking. And he will be moving on up to 5.83, which is the next height. He is already close to his season's best of 5.75, which he did in Montpenos Saint-Martin. Collet's best set in June last year of 5.95. He was the French indoor champion this year. Of course, Thibault Collet did clear 5.91 earlier on this year in Clermont-Ferrand, which qualifies him for the World Championships. And now it's time for his older brother, Mathieu. 30 years old, 4 years between them. Not too much between them when it comes to pole vaulting generally. Mathieu Collet will look to join his younger brother up and over 5.73. He can't quite do it in that attempt. He gives his palm a firm punch and then stares into space for a few moments, trying to figure out what exactly went wrong there. It is a height he's capable of, but it is a height that is extremely challenging. 5.73. He has never cleared indoors. He has cleared 5.74 indoors, but that dates back 5 years now. So he is being stretched to his limit to try and get this height, 5.73, which certainly will see some athletes fall out of this competition. But I'd imagine the next height, 5.83, will be truly decisive. That's when we will next see Emmanuel Corrales, who has passed at 5.73. Right now, that means that Thibault Collet, who has a perfect record so far, 5.53 and 5.73, is the current leader ahead of the man few would have expected to be really featuring to field, Yanis Rissos of Greece, with that remarkable double whammy of personal bests at 5.63 and then first time clearance of 5.73. Can he now start dreaming of 5.83? Maybe. But first, it is Bokanda Lita Beire of Germany. 5.73, second attempt for him. The Olympic finalist in Paris last year, the European silver medalist in 2022. He has a rake of strong performances at European and global level. He was 7th in the world final in 2022. Beire. He has got himself over it. A brilliant clearance by Beire. And he points over it, as if to say, how could you ever doubt me? Beire thumps his chest in a Usain Bolt-esque manner. He has done it up and over 5.73 for Beire. He has equalled his season's best, which he cleared in Dresden just over a month ago. Beautiful clearance, and Getting some remarkable shots as well. Well done to all involved with the production. At the Fly Athens, the street pole vault meet. Alongside the resplendent Panathinaikos Stadium. Bokai of China. That comes from the Vitaly Petrov School of Pole Vaulting. Made so famous by Sergei Bubka back in the 80s. He go over 573. Yes, he can. Up and over he goes. Huang Bokai equals his season's best. That is an outright season's best. In fact, by 1 centimeter for Bokai. His previous best was the 572, which he cleared twice. One of them was to win silver at the Asian Championships. And Bokai has soared higher here in the night sky. 573, season's best for the Chinese 28-year-old. So onwards we go. A few men still waiting to get over 573. One of them is this man, Ben Broeders. He's capable of this, but can the Belgian produce it? Yes, he can! Brilliant clearance by Broeders. That's close to his season's best of 575, which he cleared at the Tag der Überflieger in Essen in Germany. And Ben Broeders soars clear. That is a beautiful clearance by the Belgian. Just really in full extension off that bar at the top there as he goes clear. And can Torben Blech be inspired by that and go clear on his second attempt? This would be an equal season's best for him, for Blech. No, not quite for the Bayer Leverkusen athlete. But he'll have one more try, will Blech. And I think next up will be Curtis Marshall. Yeah, just a touch too far away from the bar there. Just knocked it off with his feet. Or a touch too close probably. So, second time failure for Torben Blech. And a reminder that Emmanuel Corrales, if you're wondering where he has decided to pass at 573, so we'll next see him at 583. But now it's the turn of Curtis Marshall, who was 5th hours in Nanjing earlier this year, cleared 591 in Clermont-Ferrand. And he's been in brilliant form already in the outdoor season, finishing second to Mondo Duplantis at the Stockholm Diamond League. An amazing world record by Duplantis. Second try for him at 573, and yes, he has got it, Marshall. And Corrales, who was just doing a practice run down the runway behind him there, is the first on the scene to congratulate his good friend and indeed rival at going over 573 at the second time of asking.
582. It's amazing level this year of Athens football.
The world bronze medalist in 2023 in Budapest was Curtis Marshall. And making good on all the potential he had so many years ago back in 2016 when he really burst on the scene as such a prodigious junior. He won silver at the World Under-20s in Bydgoszcz. I remember going with him to the press conference at that event. He really was the star of the Australian team. Lots of hype about his ability. He won silver there, but obviously so many athletes go and win medals at underage championships and don't convert that to senior level. Marshall is certainly one of those who has, emulating his World Under-20 medal with a World Championship senior medal in Budapest. Now it's last chance saloon for this man, Mathieu Collet, the older of the Collet brothers. Third and final attempt for him at 573 for what would be an outdoor personal best for the Frenchman. Not quite to be for him, and he just about safely lands. Very athletically, you'd have to say, the way he managed to land just across that box without falling into it himself. But Mathieu Collet's competition has come to a close at Fly Athens, and good to see him high-fiving all the hard-working officials there. He bows out with 5.63, so just shy of the outdoor PB of 5.65, which he set last month in Montbenon, San Martin. And he will finish down in, I think, 8th place. Torben Black is down in 9th, but he will still have one more opportunity to get over that. And here is Torben Black. This would equal the season's best of 5.73, which he cleared in Leverkusen. Got over 5.33, 5.53 and 5.63 at the second time of asking each of those. But 2 failures already on the board at 5.73, and now Torben Blech is about to step up for his 3rd and final attempt. Clutch time for the 30-year-old German at 5.73. Not to be for him, so he bows out of the competition. He will finish down in 9th position. His compatriot Oleg Zernikel in 10th, and then 7 men are now left. Those 7, in the order they currently are on the standings, are Thibaut Collet of France, Yanis Rissos of Greece, Bokanda Lita Bayre of Germany, Ben Bruders of Belgium, Curtis Marshall of Australia, Huang Bakai of China, and of course the favourite for the title and the defending champion at Fly Athens, as well one of the event, Emmanuel Corrales, the Olympic bronze medalist in the pole vault, and he will be rejoining this competition at our next height, which will be 5.83, and the officials are now working hard to get that bar set up and just making sure it's at the correct height, right in the middle of that bar. 7 of the world's best will soon be attempting it. Corrales, Bakai, Marshall, Bruders, Bayre, Rissos and Collet. It really is a remarkable event, and what a setting. There are many street events around the world, but certainly I question whether any of them have a setting quite so historic and quite as picturesque as this one, with the Parthenon and Acropolis to one side and the Panathinaikos Stadium to another. And a man who has utilised the stage and has shone very brightly on that stage with 2 lifetime bests is Yanis Rissos. This would be fairy tale stuff to go over 5.83. He's certainly going to give it a good go. I've no doubt he will take 3 good attempts, because he is in the form of his life, is Yanis Rissos. He will be trying his very, very best on a night when he has soared into the sky higher than ever before. Didn't really have the height there ultimately, but you would expect that, because 5.83 is a height that is 21 centimeters higher than he ever cleared in competition before tonight. And a reminder that 5.83, the current height, is the meeting record. 5.82 is the current meeting record set by Corrales last year. And as you hear the commentator saying in the background, 5.82, along with being the meeting record, is also the automatic qualifying mark for the World Championships. Next up to try 5.83 will be this man, Bokanda Nita Bayre. He is qualified for the World Championships. He jumped 582 in Berlin last year. 582 exactly. It's a nice place to go into the autumn and winter, having ticked off that auto qualifier. Doesn't need to check that rankings list, as so many athletes do on the World Athletics website. But Bokanda Nita Bayre, this would be a huge clearance for him. Season's best 573. This is 10 centimeters above that. That's a high tees jump before. Nervous moment there as he hit that bar because he was coming down pretty close to that box. We've seen some pretty horrific injuries sustained in the pole vault over the years with people landing in box. Just managed to get himself down on the mat safely. So first time failure for Bayre at 583. I think it might be Ben Bruthers next to step up. But we'll wait and see if the order has been reshuffled at all. Officials just putting that up. No, it is in fact Huang Bakai will be next to attempt 583. And this is a big jump for a lot of these men to move from. It's almost like a Puma advertising shoot there with 5 of the vaulters just happening to fill the shot at the same time. Puma also, of course, has the best in the world on its books, Mondo Duplantis, who was impressive again at the Eugene Diamond League last night. How impressive he was in Stockholm last month as he set yet another world record, the first in front of his home crowd and Swedish fans. Huang Bakai then. This, for the Olympic finalist, would be a lifetime best. His best was 80 from that Olympic final in Paris last year. Can he go over 583? This will be huge for the Chinese vaulter. Not quite to be there, but he'll have 2 more attempts at it. So no one yet cleared 583. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, I do think if anyone manages to go clear at 583 at the first attempt, I think it would be very tough to beat that athlete. Especially if that athlete is Corrales, because I think you are talking about heights that are right up there in what anyone else has achieved in their career. To go beyond that, but perhaps if someone managed to get this at the first attempt, it would heap a whole lot of pressure on Corrales. Many will be expecting to deliver the goods and deliver victory in front of his home crowd. Next up then, it will be Ben Bruthers of Belgium, who was born in Leuven. 5th at the World Indoor Championships in 2022, 6th last year, 15 indoors this year. He has been knocking on the door so often of major medals. The World University Games he did get a bronze, and he won the European Under 23s before as well, but here he is. It's not quite there for him at 583. He just bailed on that jump pretty early. But Ben Bruthers will have 2 more tries at it. A height that is approaching his national record of 585, which dates back to 2022. His best this year though is 575. That was at the Tag Uberflug Essen in Germany on the 1st of June. And here, about 5 weeks on, he's trying to add 8 centimeters to his personal best, or his season's best. But a man who has been over this height before this season in recent weeks is Curtis Marshall. 590 he cleared at the Stockholm Diamond League. Cleared 91 Marshall. Can he get over 583 here at the first attempt? He has! Curtis Marshall goes clear and keeps the pressure on his rivals with that clearance. First time of asking, cool as you like from the Aussie. And Paul Burgess will be Much happier man and coach as he reviews that footage alongside Marshall, who is a very gregarious athlete. Brings that classic laid-back Aussie humour to his conversations. And look at that, did not make any contact with that bar, Marshall, as he went over. And with that, he vaults to the head of the standings as the only man so far to go clear at 583. And Emmanuel Corrales will have seen that and will know that he will want to do it also first time. Thibaut Collet is a man who has also cleared this height and beyond. He's cleared 595. Not this year though. Let's see if he can get over season's best. 583. It's close. I think his high point was just a touch in front of the bar there, and he was coming down on top of it. Let's see better from the angle in the sky. But Thibaut Collet, the 26-year-old Frenchman who's been over 575 already this year. Fourth at the European Indoors in Appledorn. Indoors, of course, he cleared 585 in Appledorn, but outdoors his best is 575. And now it's the turn of the star man for the Greek fans, Emmanuel Corrales. There's pressure on his shoulders, but he's been dealing with that for a very long time. 10 years ago, Emmanuel Corrales won the bronze medal at the World Under-18 Championships in Cali in Colombia. The gold medalist there, Mondo Duplantis. And just under a year ago, Emmanuel Corrales, of course, won the bronze medal at the Olympics in Paris. And the gold medalist there, well, if you're watching this stream about any athletics, I don't need to finish that sentence, but it was great to see that podium replicate itself from the World Under-18 Championships in Cali 9 years later in Paris. Emmanuel Corrales now, first attempt for the Olympic medalist at 583. He's got it! Cometh the man! He has done it on home turf with the pressure heaped on him, knowing that Curtis Marshall had gone over 583 at the first attempt. Emmanuel Corrales steps up and produces the goods. First time clearance. He has been in fantastic form this year. No resting on his laurels, and we'll get a better look in the sky. But it looked like he had a lot of room over that bar, and wow, he did. He had so much room over that bar. Look at that, there must be at least 10 to 15 centimeters on that jump alone. 583, first attempt for Emmanuel Corrales. He goes straight back into the lead. He has 0 failures from his 2 jumps, whereas Curtis Marshall had that one blip at 573. Now Yanis Rissos, second attempt for him to try get a 3rd personal best on the night. For now he has to make do with 2. Rissos stays down in 4th position. Even if he does record a 3rd time failure, he will walk away ecstatic with this competition because he's added 11 centimeters to his personal best. Corrales there, you could see it was the dejection on his face. He was willing his compatriot over that bar. He pretty much did that jump alongside him. So with the bar at 583, I think it will be the German. Indeed it is. Camera has picked him out. Bokanda Lita Beire, who will be next up. Having equalled his season's best already with that 2nd time clearance at 573, Beire will now attempt to go clear at 580. His personal best is 590. That dates back a few years, 2022. The Olympic finalist last year. Competition in early June. He no-heighted at the FBK Games in Hengelo. So he's obviously put in a bit of a training block since then. He's been jumping very well here this evening. Can he get over 583 at the 2nd time of asking? He cannot. And again, just a tricky landing there for Baere. The mat, and one attempt remaining at 583, a height that only 2 athletes have so far gone clear of, and they are 2 athletes you would expect it to feature very strongly here this evening, Emmanuel Corrales and Curtis Marshall. Next up then, Juan Bokai. As we see Molly Caudry and her boyfriend. They've spotted the camera, and she is all smiles after setting a meeting record earlier on to win the women's event. And Huang Bokai here of China, having already set a season's best to go clear at 573. Can he raise that now to 583? This would be a personal best for the 28-year-old. It's a very good attempt, but it's not quite there. Just ultimately didn't have the height. So no joy there for Bokai. The bar stays put at 583. I think maybe Thibaut Collet will be next to make his second attempt, or maybe Ben Bruders. No one at all is leaving in that crowd, despite it being a late enough night now. At this point on Sunday night, it's close to 10 p.m. in Athens, and next up it will be Ben Bruders of Belgium, the national record holder, the 11-time national champion, 5 of them outdoors, 6 of them indoors. Ben Bruders looking for a big season's best here of 583 to stay in this competition. Not quite there for Bruders, but one attempt remaining, and lest we forget, it is a height he has cleared before, 585, his national record. She went over back in 2022 in Marsic. It was a good attempt. So Rizos, Baere, Bruders and Huang all have 2 failures. Thibaut Lay, 1 failure earlier, so he will be next up on the runway. The Frenchman, the younger of the Collet brothers. Watched on by his dad, Philippe, who was a 594 vaulter back in 1990. Here he is, second attempt for Thibaut Collet at 583. No joy there for the 26-year-old, but 1 try remaining at 583 to stay in this competition before the bar moves to 588. And I mentioned 583 might be decisive. Well, it will be in terms of whittling down the field to the top 2 or 3. But so far, as it stands, Emmanuel Corrales and Curtis Marshall, who both went clear, remember, on the first attempt, are the only 2 to have succeeded at 583, with Thibaut Collet, Yanis Rizos, Bokanda Lita Baere and Ben Bruders, and indeed Huang Bokai, all now on 2 failures. So 5 men will now make a 3rd attempt at 583. The first of them is this man who is having the night of his life in terms of pole vaulting. 573, 563 was a lifetime best. In Dreamland 73, can he make this a complete fairy tale and go over 583 at the 3rd time of asking? No, he knocks it off at his feet. But it's been a brilliant night for Yanis Rizos. Blows a kiss to the crowd, and they salute him back, and we may have missed that somersault. The crowd certainly appreciated it. Yanis Rizos, best 573. He will finish this competition. I think in 4th place probably, depending on how many of the others succeed or fail at 583. But he certainly can't be too unhappy about the event ending there for him, because a huge breakthrough. Next up then, third and final attempt for Bokanda Lita Baere. Equaling his season's best in the previous round, 573. Looking for a big season's best here, 583. His personal best is 590, dating back a few years. And the European silver medalist in Munich 3 years ago. 4th place in the world final in 2019. Can Baere go clear here on the third and final attempt? It was a good attempt. Just veering off to the right a little again. But it was a strong effort by Baere. But he is currently in 5th position. A warm applause to the crowd there. So Baere bows out of this competition along with Rissos, meaning that Hwang Bakai, Ben Bruders, Collet are the 3 remaining athletes who will now take their third and final attempts at 583. First of them is Bakai. Of course, comes coached by Vitaly Petrov, who has had such an imprint on the coaching and technical methodology across the last few decades of pole vaulting. As he imprinted in his lessons here on Bakai, and can he get over a personal best of 583? He cannot. Down he comes, and the bar. The Chinese vaulter bows out with a still impressive clearance of 573. That will leave him in 7th, I think, position, because he recorded a few failures along the way over some of his other rivals, so he will lose out to the likes of Baere and Rissos on countback. So Hwang Bakai will finish 7th. Ben Bruders now, I think, will be next, followed by Thibaut Collet. Collet is sitting in 3rd at the moment. He's only recorded failures at this height, 2 on the board, whereas Bruders is down in 5th. He has 3 failures on the board so far. And big congratulations being doled out there to Yanis Rissos. But now it's time for Ben Bruders, who is congratulations raining in, I'm sure, from all sides over the last week after getting engaged to his girlfriend, now fiancée, Femke Ball, the Dutch superstar. Ben Bruders is a very accomplished world-class athlete in his own right. Can he get over this? He cannot. It is a 3rd time failure, unfortunately, for Bruders. But he is all smiles. Good to see him smiling, and it was a brave, brilliant attempt at 583, which would have been a big season's best for the 30-year-old. Very close to his Belgian record of 585. But on this night at Fly Athens, he has to make do with 5th place and the best of 573 for Bruders. So that means just one man can now join Emmanuel Corrales and Curtis Marshall at the next height of 588, and that is Thibaut Collet. 26 years old, the younger brother of the 2 Collet brothers. Their dad Philippe, 594 vaulter, and 5th placer in the Seoul Olympics. European bronze medalist back in '86. Fibo well on the way to emulating those achievements. 5:95 his personal best last year. But this would be huge for Collet, a big season's best. 5:83, third and final attempt. It was a good effort, but it wasn't quite there for him, and you can sense the frustration in him there as he hits the mat. Thibaut Collet bows out of the competition. He will finish third. Perfect card up to 5:83, but 3 failures, albeit 3 good attempts, means that the competition comes to an end for the Frenchman. He's just shy of his season's best, 5:75, which he did in Montbanon, San Martin last month. And then there were 2 at the Fly Athens pole vault meeting, and they are sitting there atop the standings, and that meeting record is up for major revision. They've already broken, of course, the meeting record that Corellis jumped last year, 5:82. Who will get to keep it next year, the 5th edition of Fly Athens. I've no doubt it will return next year. It's an event that the athletes love coming to. So we just get a full rundown there of the standings, with just 2 remaining.
Το έλεγα και πόσο καιρό ότι μπορώ να κάνω 5,70. Απλά έπρεπε να γίνει η πρώτη φορά τουλάχιστον ψηφικό θα το σκέφτω σημείο. Και τι να πω, στη συνέχεια βάλκαν εδώ και παραμένω που κάνουμε το τέλος.
Πόσο εκατοστά σε βοήθησε ο κόσμος σήμερα?
Πολλά. Πώς. Εντάξει, σίγουρα όταν υπάρχει ένα...
So I can tell you that Emmanuel Corellis has decided to pass at 5:88, and I think Curtis Marshall will be jumping at 5:88. It's the natural height progression. It will go up in 5-centimeter increments from here. And Marshall, who has a season's best outdoors set in Stockholm about 3 weeks ago, 5:90, has decided he's gonna attempt. And he will know that if he goes over 5:88, him in front, he will overtake Emmanuel Corellis, and it will force Emmanuel Corellis to have to make clearance at 5:93, given he has passed. So I think it is a sensible strategy from Marshall, and I think it does become a bit of a game of poker at this point. In fact, they have both 5. So I think we're going straight to 5:93 now, if the information that's in the system I'm looking at is correct. Curtis Marshall will be the first to attempt 5:93, the Australian. This will be a big season's best for the 8-year-old. And it was a good attempt, but ultimately not a great attempt for Marshall. He has been up and over 5:95 in the past, and that was impressive, and he and his coach Paul Burgess will now be dissecting that. His knees really came down on top of the bar there, so some slight technical tweaks will have to be made for his second attempt. He remains in 2nd place. And the weather quite warm in Athens tonight. Temperatures currently in the high 20s, but pretty pleasant at the moment. It certainly was not the case for the women earlier on. They were jumping in 36, 37 degrees of heat, and with the sun beating down as well. Emmanuel Corellis now. Zorba's dance, blasting out. $5.93 then for Emmanuel Corellis. Reminder that he did clear 6:01 at the second of the 2 Chinese Diamond Leagues in Shaoxing. About 2 months ago now that was. Corrales, he really is an icon of Greek sport. And really one of the most gregarious, likeable characters you could hope to come across. He is fantastic company as well. He says he does want to be an icon or a role model for young children and get many people into pole vaulting. He said he plans to set up a club and encourage kids into pole vaulting. He is already doing that through his performances. He was due to represent Greece last week at the European Team Championships in Madrid, but there was an issue, I believe, with the runway over there, so he didn't end up competing despite travelling to Madrid. But Emanuel Corrales, who has been jumping over 6 meters a few times this year, 6:05 to win silver at the World Indoors. He set a slew of national indoor records earlier on this year, indoors, and now he's looking at a bar of 593. It would be a meeting record for Corrales. And he rises to the occasion on home. Not on the first attempt, but 2 more attempts will await for Corrales. First attempt of 3 unsuccessful for both Corrales and Marshall. And if neither of them succeed at 593, it will mean that Corrales will take victory with that meeting record of 583. He will beat Marshall on countback. That would be due to Marshall having recorded 1 failure extra. That came at 573, a height that Corrales passed. Great to see every seat in the house pretty much filled there to catch a glimpse of Emanuel Corrales going head to head with one of his good friends and longtime rivals, Curtis Marshall. Emanuel Corrales, so well liked and loved across Greek sport, of Curtis Marshall. He's smiling wryly there, I'm sure. He would love to take victory, but he will know that if he does, he will very much be the villain for the home crowd, who has come in and ripped up the script for the Greek hero to take victory. But still, we'll get to the last. Curtis Marshall, been on the world scene now for a number of years, really the last years, since his late teens. He is a competitor and he is a warrior, and he will want to take victory here. Having gone over 590 in Stockholm last month, he's looking for 593 here to usurp Corrales at the head of the standings in Fly Athens. And he's got it! Curtis Marshall goes clear at 593. A fantastic clearance, a season's best for Marshall, and he has overhauled Corrales and taken command of this competition for now. Brilliant clearance from Marshall. He just made a tiny bit of contact with that bar, but just the slightest brush as it went over. It certainly wasn't enough to even threaten falling. Beautiful shape there over that bar. Look at the way he arcs his body. In fact, I don't think he did make any contact with that. Curtis Marshall lets out a massive roar, and the crowd, well done to the crowd as well for cheering him over that bar, even if it was against their man, their hero, Manolo Corrales, who now has the pressure back on him. The ball has been struck back into his half of the court, and Manolo Corrales sits, gathers his energy, still as calm as you like, takes a few deep breaths. He may be resting, but the adrenaline is building in his system. Emanuel Corrales, having finished second and third, first 2 editions of this event. It was called Fly Olympia in its first 2 iterations when being held in the ancient city of Olympia. Moved to Athens last year. Karalis stepped up and took victory. He is the defending champion, and of course, since winning in Athens last year, he went on to win that fantastic Olympic bronze medal. He won the European indoor title earlier on this year in Apeldoorn. World indoor bronze as well to go with it. A few weeks later in Nanjing, he hit the ground running, or should I say flying, in the outdoor season. 6:01 earlier on. Pressure moment for Karalis. And he rises. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. Manolo Karalis soars over 593 to take back command of this competition and vault to the head of the standings, ahead of his great rival Marshall. He's back in charge. Karalis on top. Let's have another look at that clearance, 593. It was a clutch moment. Karalis knew that if he got over that, he'd be back in front. If he didn't get over that, it would mean that he would then have to clear 598 to get back to the lead. But in the clutch moment, the 25-year-old produced the goods, and he and Marshall are now having a conversation about what the next height is that they will attempt. Will either of them pass? The natural progression would be 598, and I can tell you that they are both passing. It's just gone into the system. They are both passing at 598, and don't for a second think that they're calling it a night at that. So the next height then will be 603. Karalis jumped 605 at the World Indoors in Nanjing, but his outdoor best is 601, so it'll be big season's best for him. And as for Marshall, he's already got a season's best with that 593 clearance. Curtis Marshall has never in his life cleared 6 meters in competition, and he is looking to join that club, that very exclusive club. When Karalis joined it last year, the 6 meter club that is in Silesia, last August, he was the 29th man in history to go over 6 meters, and Marshall is now looking for membership too as the bar moves up, I think, to 603. Interesting marker they've got there alongside the little card. That's just to denote where to start their run up. And you can sometimes find with these elevated runways that it can produce better performances. Probably less of a factor in the pole vault than it is in the other horizontal jumps, such as triple jump and long jump. But we certainly saw that in Rome last year. The Europeans had that elevated runway. Can sometimes produce a little bit of a trampoline effect, similar enough to a gymnastics floor platform, but there is of course huge variance in exactly specifications of pole vault runways and other long jump, triple jump runways around the world, and it's always fascinating to speak to the athletes and just hear the exact differences. It can sometimes even make a difference if the runway is running parallel to the back straight, or as in many stadiums it runs perpendicular, because there can be a slight fall at different parts of the runway. Either way, for these athletes it's all about generating good speed, close to maximum that they can, but all about having that optimal speed to carry into the jump, trying to convert all that momentum into vertical height. And that's exactly what Emmanuel Corrales and Curtis Marshall will be doing momentarily as they attempt the next height, which I believe is 6:03. In fact, just looking, the system has now updated and it is no longer showing a pass at 5:98 for Corrales and Marshall. So let's just hold off and see where the bar, perhaps it is indeed going to 5:98. It would seem the most logical place for Marshall to go next, given it would be an outright personal best of 5:98.
Ως τώρα στην ιστορία του κλασικού αθλητισμού, μόνο ένας Αυστραλός έχει υπερβεί τα 6 μέτρα, ο Δημήτρη Μαρκόφ, με καταγωγή βέβαια από τη Λευκορωσία. Οπότε, αν τα καταφέρει ο Κούρτις Μάρσαλ, θα γίνει ο δεύτερος Αυστραλός στην ιστορία που ξεπερνάει τα 6 μέτρα.
Curtis Marshall just taking a few deep breaths, composing himself. It's been a brilliant competition already for the Australian. Just two little blips, one at 5:3, first time failure then at 5:93. But otherwise he has been flying high. 6th in the Olympic final last year, Marshall. 5th in Nanjing in the World Indoor Final earlier this year. From North Adelaide. He was inspired to take up the pole vault after watching Steve Hooker's gold medal winning feats at the Beijing Olympics in 2008. 8 years on from that, he was winning a 20 silver in Bydgoszcz in 2016. And of course, another 7 years on from that, he had us to a world senior podium, winning bronze medal in Budapest. And it looks like he's going to be first up. Is Marshall. The 7-time Australian champion knows that if he is to overhaul Manolo Corrales and get back to the lead in this competition and fly Athens, he needs this height. The bar is now set, it seems, to 6 meters. So Curtis Marshall, whose personal best was set in July 2023 at 5:95, is trying to join the 6-meter club. He's trying to win the competition. And he looks locked in, Curtis Marshall. Can he enter the record books and join that 6-meter club? Not this time, Curtis Marshall. Good attempt, not quite there for him. And he looks to the crowd and says, meh, I'll give that another go. 2 more attempts. If he wants them, we'll await for Curtis Marshall to try and take back command of this competition. But I think if he were to be defeated by Manolo Corrales and get over 6 meters, he would bite your hand off for that achievement, because there is world-class vaulting, which really is in the sort of 80 birds range. You really become a contender if you're in that bracket, sort of top 6, top 8 in the world. But then there is the all-time list and the small, relatively small selection of men in history who've gone over 6 meters. And Curtis Marshall would dearly love to join them. But this man has done it many times before. Emmanuel Corrales, and if he can go over 6 meters here, that will pretty much seal victory, which he already has a firm command of. Emmanuel Corrales then, a man whose family have such a key role. His mother Sarah, event director, his dad Harry heavily involved as well as being the core of his coaching. 6 meters, Emmanuel Corrales. Not quite there for him on that attempt. Got 2 more tries away and he's still smiling. Good to see. He's already set the meeting record, 5:93. And he's just having a quick chat there. He has a number of coaches, does Corrales. Mentioned his dad, Harry, or Haralabos. They give him his full name, but often goes by Harry. But he said his dad is at the core and the maestro of his coaching team, but also does some work with George, who is of course the coach of Greek long jump star Miltiadis Tintoglu. And Corrales does a lot of training with Tintoglu. Essentially how it works is the dad gets them ready physically, does a lot of the physical, the weight training, the fitness training, and then Corrales makes regular trips to Poland where he trains under his technical coach Marcin Szczepanski. Corrales and Marcin Szczepanski this evening, giving Corrales technical insight and the feedback on his jumps. And I'm sure they'll have something to say about that first attempt at 6 meters. But as for Marshall, his coach Paul Burgess is alongside the pit as well, holding that tablet, and how he would dearly love to coach him up and over 6 meters. So can Curtis Marshall join the 6 meter club? It currently has 29 members, and how he would dearly love to be number 30 to join them. The world bronze medalist Curtis Marshall, good speed on the runway. Let's see if he can get over 6 meters for the first time in his life. It's a good attempt, but it's not quite there for him. He lets out a roar, and I think that look from Corrales speaks volumes as well, because I think Marshall knows that that was a really, really good attempt, and that was not very far away at all. And I think the first attempt, he knew it wasn't really close. As he reviews footage of that, he'll see that that was pretty close. If he had just a centimeter or 2 more, I think he still would have made contact with that bar, but I think it might have been enough to stay on. World record, of course. Now just really going stratospheric territory. 6:28 by Mondo Duplantis. He is just out there in a world of his own in this event. And I know we often say this, but as the decades pass, I would be surprised if we see a vaulter who dominates this event quite like him. The complete outlier, the complete child prodigy, who only got better as he matured to senior level, Mondo Duplantis. Everyone else has really been chasing his shadow in recent years, but Emmanuel Corrales, who was on the podium with Mondo at the World Under-18s, back in 2015, 9 years on in Paris, he was back on the podium with him at the Olympics. Catapulted himself to national hero status in Greece, and he's been a hero off the track for various reasons. But when he gets on the pole vault runway, he is exemplary as well. Emmanuel Corrales trying to go over 6 meters again. He's already done it, but it would mean so much more for him to do it in his home country, in front of his home people. Manolo Corrales, Fly Athens in the event he helps organise. Can he get over 6 metres and seal victory? Yes, he can! Emmanuel Corrales rises to the occasion in front of his home fans. Goes over 6 metres. All but assuring victory once again to defend his title at Fly Athens. A brilliant, brilliant clearance by Corrales. And he is suitably ecstatic at that. His coaching team are all there. His dad, Harris, Marcin Szczepanski, they're alongside. They've seen him just get better and better and better over the years. Emmanuel Corrales. And jumping high is one thing, but jumping high when you're under huge pressure is quite another. And although he would have been victorious, or certainly in the lead anyway, if he hadn't cleared that, to vault 6 metres in front of your home fans and to show Greek athletics fans what a 6 metre jump looks like in front of their eyes in this spectacular setting in front of the Panathinaikos Stadium is something altogether very different. And look at the hands going in the air as Corrales coasts over 6 metres. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. And the next mark we should probably start talking about is the Greek record 6:05, which Corrales went over in Nanjing earlier this year. Look at that, scenes of jubilation all around there in Athens tonight. Fly Manolo fly, that is just what he did, up and over 6 metres. Remarkable stuff by the 25-year-old Greek vaulter, who continues to get better and better and better. Lots will be watching on TV in Greece again tonight, as his star really does go supernova there. As I mentioned, he says, I can't dine out in Athens anymore. Everywhere I go, I'm recognised these days. But he has said he's going to use that fame and influence to very good effect when his competitive career is behind him. He said he wants to start an athletics club and help get more young people into pole vaulting. He has one hand on victory. The only man who can stop him is this man. Of course, to depose him at the top of the standings, Marshall would now have to go clear at 6 metres and at the subsequent height, because he has beaten him on countback. So the big thing here for Marshall is an attempt to just join that 6 metre club for the first time in his career. He can't quite do it, and the crowd were willing him over it there. But it's been a brave, bold attempt to beat the hometown hero, Emmanuel Corrales. Curtis Marshall nonetheless walks away with a brilliant season's best and a runner-up finish, 5.93 for the Australian. Well done to Marshall. And that means as a competition, it's concluded in terms of who's going to take victory. It will be Emmanuel Corrales. The only question now is, how high will he put that bar? Posing for a quick picture there. Corrales, of course, winning silver at the World Indoor Championships in Nanjing earlier this year. Went over 6:05. That puts him joint 7th on the world all-time. To move up a little, or to 6:06 next, he could join the likes of Steve Hooker, Sam Kendricks. 6:07 would see him move to joint 4th. But he has put the bar to 6:10. That would see him go 4th on the world all-time list and smash his own Greek record. The only men who would be ahead of him on the world all-time list, if he were to go clear at 6:10, would be Mondo Duplantis, Renaud Lavillenie and Sergei Bubka. 3 Olympic champions, 3 world record holders, 3 complete legends of the pole vault. Emmanuel Corrales is looking to move on up and create a bit of history in front of his home crowd.
I definitely feel like it's coming. It's coming this year. I thought it was going to be today. It was an amazing competition. Manolo has put on the best show in the world in front of the most amazing setting, best crowd. Loved it. Couldn't be happier. I'm definitely coming back next year, and I'm definitely coming sixth next year. Great. Καταλάβατε το ερωτήριο, ότι θέλει να κάνει εξάρτητο του χρόνου, φοβερή meeting, ο Μανώλη έκανε ένα καθολικό μέσο του πρώτο meeting, το κοινό του μενό. So Paul Burgess, I mean, how close he is? I mean, your coach, you see his faults or his good things. How close is to the 60? I just think he should just clear it. I did. Clear? Just clear it. Just clear it. Yeah, I did. He needs to stop. I need to stop thinking and just do it. Like, it's about time. I think I've attempted it now like almost 20 times, and I think it's coming very soon. But I'm under the best guidance I can possibly have with the best coach in the world. So yeah, couldn't be happier. We'll definitely get it done very soon. So his second attempt with 20 close. He's getting there. Yeah, any minute. So, it's your first time in Greece? No, I've been to Greece a few times. I did fly Olympia with the first edition. Only jumped 570, and I've improved this time, and I plan on coming back next year and improving again. So tell me something. When you play golf with Manolo, who's best player of you? You're Manolo. Ρωτάω ποιος παίζει καλύτερο golf από τους δύο. Ο Manolo ή εσύ? He wins tonight, but I'll win on the golf course tomorrow for sure. Οπότε αύριο θα πάρει στην κλειπάδα στο golf για να κάνει ένα τέτα-τέτα του Manolo. Κυρίες και κύριοι, Paul Burgess, προπονητής, πρώτης μάχης των προπονητής Αθηνής στην Αυστραλία, όλοι μαζί πάμε να κάνουμε αυτό που κάνουμε στην Αυστραλία. Όχι. Λοιπόν, αυτό κάνουμε πρόβα. Θα το κάνουμε μια φορά. Πάμε όλοι μαζί, παιδιά, είναι πολύ εύκολο. Όχι. Well done, guys.
Great to hear there from Curtis Marshall. Wouldn't mind the live stream of that golf they're planning to play tomorrow as well. Might be just as fascinating as their clash in the pole vault. But alas, for tonight, the duel between them has come to an end, and this man is the winner. Emmanuel Corrales. Successful yet again for the second year in a row at the meeting he and his family help organise. Fly Athens, a World Athletics Continental Tour silver level event. And Corrales, who has been on a record rampage throughout this year, over 6 meters repeatedly, breaking the Greek indoor record 6 times in a row indoors. 590, 92, 94, 601, 602, and then finally 605 to win World Indoor Silver. That is his outright personal best. But now he's looking to go higher than he has ever gone before. With victory secured, he is looking to fly into the Athens night. 610, first attempt for Emmanuel Corrales. Not there on that try, but 2 more attempts will await for a national record height of 6'10", trying to add 5 centimeters to his personal best. He will compose himself, he will give it a few minutes in front of the illuminated Panathinaikos Stadium, the historic stadium that has such a place in Olympic history. He's having a quick chat with his coach, Marcin Szczepanski, who he regularly travels to meet in Poland. Pole vault technical guru, also coached Piotr Losbisek. And of course it is a collaborative effort. Corrales is coaching. I mentioned his dad, Paris, a big part of all that. Core Istro, who kind of oversees it all, the project manager essentially of his career, but he also links in with George Kapamaski, coach of Miltiadis Tintoglu, some of the technical and physical training. It takes a village to jump as high as this. And Yanis Rissos is in high demand after his breakthrough evening. And brilliant to see the crowds in the background there. Proof that the field events can very much draw an audience. It just takes the right athlete, the right staging, and the right atmosphere. And no one is getting up and leaving their seats and going home early, even though it's past 10:30 already on a Sunday night in Athens, because everyone knows they might be about to watch a little piece of history from Emmanuel Karellas, having jumped a Greek record earlier on this year of 6:05. The bar is now up to 6:10. A reminder that only 3 athletes in history have jumped that high or higher. They are Mondo Duplantis, Renaud Lavillenie, and Sergei Bubka, 3 pole vaulting legends. And Emmanuel Karellas is looking to become just the 4th man in history to jump 6:10. Can he do it? We're about to find out. He's currently gathering his energies trackside, and he'll soon be taking to the runway to try to jump in books. So it's been a breakthrough night, of course, for Yanis Rissos, and we're patiently waiting for Manolo Karellas to take his 2nd attempt, but you can't rush something like that. 6:10, he wants to be well rested, well recovered, just gather his energies and put absolutely everything he has into clearing that bar, which is set to 6:10. Can he do it? We're about to find out. He's already been over 6 meters. It is a whopping meeting record at Fly Athens meeting. It's going to be fascinating to see if he can do it. Manolo Karellas shared the podium with Mondo Duplantis 10 years ago at the World Under-18 Championships. They were only kids back then, but they showed their vast potential. They shared the podium again at the Olympics last year in Paris. And Karellas, who has catapulted himself into new territory, new levels of fame in Greece. The Olympics have that effect. Beyond even the World Championships, he is an icon, a true icon, and he has faced some demons, internal and external. Over the years, he's dealt with racism, he's dealt with depression, he's dealt with anxiety, he's spoken very openly about all those things. And Manolo Karellas has stayed the course in the sport and been such a wonderful role model to so many in Greece and beyond. And having cleared 6 meters in front of his home crowd and sealed victory at Fly Athens, can he step into history and soar into the night sky in Athens? 6:10 is the bar for Manolo Karellas. It's a good attempt, but it's not quite there. That was better. That was definitely better for Karellas. And he knows it. His reaction shows that. I think he just veered quite far to the right there. And you do wonder if he just managed to control it a little bit better. You see there how far he is from the camera here as he goes over this bar. It's far closer to that right hand upright, but it was a very good attempt. And Emmanuel Karellas will have one last attempt, and then he can call it a night. Either way, it's going to be another good night, and it's been another great edition of the Fly Athens meeting. Look how animated his coach is as he comes over. He will be as excited as Karellas at the prospect of 6:10, and you can see Karellas has Uganda written on that arm sleeve there. His mother, Sarah Karali, is from Uganda. Karellas is very, very proud of his Ugandan roots and indeed his Greek roots and that blend of cultures that's made up who he is. He has very much stood up to racism in the past from a coach, taken a case in the Supreme Court. And he has, as I mentioned, dealt with mental health issues a few years ago. Had a fascinating chat with him a few years ago, what he dealt with in 2022, dealing with panic attacks, and spoke so openly about that and how he addressed it all and just got his head in the right space once again, not just for athletics but for life itself, and he managed to accomplish that. And right now he just looks happier than ever on the runway and away from it. Manolo Karellas, he is improving month after month, year after year. At the age of 25, he really is at his physical peak, having cleared that Greek record of 6:05 indoors, winning World Indoor Silver, winning European Indoor title as well in Apeldoorn. Very, very difficult thing to win any global titles these days, given the towering presence of Mondo Duplantis. Anytime he shows up, it's been so long since he's even lost a regular season meeting. But Karellas has put himself in position to continue to earn medals on the European and global stage. And while Duplantis, of course, stands in alone in uncharted territory for anyone in history, 6:28 current. He is not a robot, of course. Everyone is only human, and everyone has an off day, and everyone makes mistakes. And Karellas is among that small cluster of athletes who, if Duplantis shows up in Tokyo later this year, or in Beijing 2027, or in Los Angeles 2028, Karellas is the type of athlete who will be putting it up to him and will be perfectly positioned to snatch victory at any of those global championships. But there's a lot of road left to cover over the next 3 years before we get to those Los Angeles Olympics, which will be opening up in July of 2028. Unusually with the athletics as the first in the first day of the schedule, swapping places with swimming due to the need to get one of the stadiums being used, SoFi Stadium and the Los Angeles Coliseum, two spectacular stadiums. I was lucky enough to get to visit both for American football games over the years, and come the Los Angeles Olympics there will be spectacular hosts. Swimming will be in the stadium, the athletics will be in the Los Angeles Coliseum as it was back in 1984. It is one of the prettiest stadiums you could find as well in the world. Kind of is actually a little bit similar to the Panathinaikos Stadium there in the background, just dripping in history. And now the time has come for this man, who I've no doubt, if he stays healthy over the next 3 years, will be contending for his second Olympic medal from the Los Angeles Olympics. He'll be 28 then, Will Karellas. A lot of distance left to cover before then, of course. But for now, Manolo Karellas is at the very peak of his powers. Just a few months ago, he set the Greek record to win World Indoor Silver Medal. 6:05 is that record. He has now pushed the bar up to 6:10, a height only 3 men in history, Mondo Duplantis, Renaud Lavillenie and Sergei Bubka, 3 legends of this event, have ever cleared. And now Emmanuel Karellas wants to join them. This would be a huge ask, adding 5 centimeters to his lifetime best. But is Karellas capable of it, buoyed on by his home crowd? It's a great attempt. It is the best of his 3 attempts. He was right down the center that time. It was closer. I have a feeling there will come a day where Emmanuel Karellas goes over 6:10. But this is not to be the night. He hugs his coaches. The officials congratulate him. He has brought a star once again to fly Athens. Look at that attempt from the side. It was close. It was very close. I think 2 or 3 centimeters. I think that if that bar was about 607, 608, he might have had that. But he will keep working. It's only July. Still 10 weeks to the World Championships. He is not yet at his peak. So Emmanuel Corrales may well put the bar even higher, that Greek record. But for now, he has taken victory yet again. The defending champion steps up. Successful defense of his title at Fly Athens, a World Athletics Continental Tour silver level meeting. And that just about does it from me. It's been an absolute pleasure to take you through the action over the last 4 hours or so, from that victory by Molly Caudry earlier with that brilliant clearance of 480 to win the women's title, and then Emmanuel Corrales clearing 6 metres to take the men's crown yet again for the second year in a row, ahead of Australia's Curtis Marshall, 593 in second, and then France's Thibaut Collet in third with 573. And as Corrales addresses the crowd in his native language, I think that's just about the right place to leave it. So for me, Cathal Dennehy, it's been an absolute pleasure taking you through over the action here at Fly Athens over the last number of hours. Make sure to stay tuned to a European Athletics website and media channels. There'll be lots more events like this, live stream from the World Little Tour in the weeks and months ahead. But for me, for now, it's goodbye.
Manolo out και τα λέμε του χρόνου.
Φίλες και φίλοι, δεν φεύγει κανείς, έχουμε απονομές. Φίλες και φίλοι, δεν φεύγει κανείς από το στάδιο. Εδώ από το Πανικό Στάδιο έχουμε απονομές, έχουμε αυτόγραφα Μανώλο και Αφρικών. Δεν φεύγει κανείς, είναι μια μεγάλη γιορτή, πιο μεγάλη γιορτή του ελληνικού στήλου εδώ και πολλά χρόνια. Να την απολαύσουμε. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για την παρουσία σας. Μείνετε μαζί μας. Φίλες και φίλοι, σύντομα απονομές γυναικών μετά ανδρών, δεν φεύγει κανείς, επαναλαμβάνω. Είμαστε εδώ ενθουσιασμένοι, είδαμε ένα επικό αγώνα, έγιναν ρεκόρ αγώνα και στις γυναίκες και στους άλλες, τρομερό επίπεδο. Εδώ κόκκινοι που θα στεφανώσουν τους πρωταγωνιστές και τις πρωταγωνίστριες, θα ξεκινήσουμε φυσικά ladies first, με τα κορίτσια μας που ήταν εδώ στις 5 ώρα και έκαναν μεγάλα ρεκόρ αγώνων. Θα πάνε στο τελευταίο, στα τελευταία μέτρα του διαδρόμου του πικοντό. Βεβαίως, εδώ θα τους πείσουμε. Κυρίες και κύριοι, so we are ready for the award ceremony for the ladies. Στην ένατη θέση από την Πολωνία, Sophia Gaborska. Ninth place for Poland, Sophia Gaborska. Please come here, Gaborska, come here. Κυρίες και κύριοι, δίνουμε ένα το χέρι μας στην Πολωνέζα που ήταν στην ένατη θέση. Στην ένατη θέση από την Νορβηγία, Kitty Parke from Norway. She took the 7th place. Δυνατό χειροκρότημα για τα κορίτσια μας. Η Αναστασία Ρέτσα, 4,20 στην έβδομη θέση. Με το δικό σας δυνατό χειροκρότημα. Η Μαλέν Μούλα από την Εστονία στην 6η θέση έκανε 4,30. Η Χάλμα Κλέκνερ με νέο ρεκόρ Βουλγαρίας έκανε 4.58 στην πέμπτη θέση. Στη τέταρτη θέση η Κινέζα Τσουμπουνιού έκανε 4.58 και στη τρίτη θέση είχαμε την Έλλην Βέκκεμας από το Βέλγιο, έκανε 4.63. Στη δεύτερη θέση η Ζωνιάνα Τελένης Κάμπος από την Αυστραλία. Και πρώτη η Μόρι Κάντορη από τη Βρετανία. Και υποδεχόμαστε και την νεαρή αθλήτρια την Αριάδη Μίτσιου. Κυρίες και κύριοι, αυτά τα όμορφα κορίτσια πήραν τις πρώτες θέσεις. Θυμίζουμε η Μόρι Κάντορη που έκανε τις 80. Είναι η τρίτη καλύτερη στον κόσμο φέτος η Βρετανία. Να κυβέρνησε εδώ το όμορφο κορίτσι μας. Πάμε όλοι λίγο πίσω για να βοηθήσουμε και τους φωτογράφους.